Emily, which one do you have on there? 6 o'clock. Okay. Commissioner? Good evening, everyone. We are really happy that we made it to the famous Elsa and we're gathered here today for a City Commission workshop. Today is Thursday, July 8th, 2021, and it's 6 p.m. We gathered here for a sit-down with our historic board. So before we start, let's go ahead and have our prayer and pledge. Please rise. And leading us in prayer is Pastor Vince.
I want to thank the commission for a great weekend. I thought the parade and the fireworks setting was just wonderful. It was just great to live in a city where we have stuff like that. So I just want to thank you for a good job. And I want to read scripture to you. I'm sure you have a lot planned tonight. Jeremiah 33:3 says, "Call to me and I will answer you and show you great and mighty things that you know not." And then James also talks about if any man lacks wisdom, lest the ask of God who gives to all men liberally. So probably could use maybe some wisdom, some things tonight, I don't know, but let me pray for you. Also want to lift up Kelly Prescott, she's the commissioner, and her grandmother passed away, and that was Geraldine Latrice Owen, I think is her name, so we remember her in prayer. Let's pray. Father, we just thank you for the wonderful city that we live in, for the commission that dedicates their time to go ahead and try to improve the city, make it a great place to live. And so we ask tonight, even as we are praying, that you would give wisdom to all the commission, as all these things on the agenda come forward, that they would have the right answer at the right time, that there would be a spirit of unity and cooperation in this hallway, and that we would continue to make this a great city that Lake Helen is. We thank you for that in Jesus' name. Let's say the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, I'd like to go ahead and jump right in with introducing the chair of our historic board to get started. And give us, yes, please. Thank you.
Good afternoon, my name is Chris Williams at 375 Garden Street, here at the back. On the agenda, the first thing on the work list is the code compliance. We've talked about this a lot, Ariel and I have talked, and we've talked about it some in the HPV, but here's sort of the gist of it. We kind of break it down into two categories: the existing issues of homes or existing homes and so forth that may have some code issues need to be dealt with, and that's really not something that's in our purview. We look more at single-family residents that are coming in, and then fences, gates, sheds, things of that nature that are new stuff that are coming in. On the single-family homes, obviously, there's the city's certificate of occupancy that is sort of the leverage for compliance. On a lot of the other issues, though, it seems that we don't really have a lot of leverage in terms of compliance. What I mean by that is we'll have HPV staff or members, staff, you folks, go do a lot of work to do our codes properly, to get those in place, review it, make recommendations for Ariel to review it and give it to us. And oftentimes, not all the time, but oftentimes, what's approved is not what's built. And we don't really have any teeth that I know of. This is not an area I have a ton of expertise, but we don't have a lot of teeth in terms of fixing that or addressing that issue. We put all that time in up front to do it and do it right so that we have the city that we're all looking for, but then we don't really have any way to fix that after the fact. We have situations where homeowners are just building without a permit. And I think some of that happens out of ignorance. They don't know perhaps their house is in the historic district and they have to get things approved, or they just don't think about it. Some of it's minor issues, some of it's fairly substantial. And we need to build a process on how we deal with that. I think what we see and what we think needs to happen with that is that there needs to be built in a process. Now, I typically will email or call Ariel to say, hey, on this particular home, this isn't happening because that's stuff we're reviewing. But on fences and sheds and things of that nature, I don't know how well the city, the residents of the city know who to complain to or who to make a comment to. I don't know how that's recorded, if there's some way that there's accountability, or this call came in and so forth. So I think there needs to be a clearly delineated process of how that's done, how it's recorded, and how people are held accountable for that. The other thing that has come up in conversation a few times has to do with the new single-family construction, and a lot of that's going to wane as we finish building out the Lake Helen, but then there will be other projects down the line. And that is the idea of exploring having the city hire or contract with a building inspector that inspects the construction to the standards we're asking and certifying with the COA. What they do now is they inspect to the standards that the state sets in place. And we're doing all the design work, or they've done the design work, and we're approving it for all the exterior details of that. Ariel is the only one left, or us as members, as we drive around to look at buildings and so forth. That's hard. We think there needs to be a clearly delineated process. Perhaps that is hiring a contractor with somebody outside the city to come in and do that for us to our standards. I'm going to ask if there's anybody off the HPP that want to add to that. You guys want to have any comments to that, or you want to speak to that as well?
And although these might seem like minor issues in the big scheme of things, is that better?
But,
Okay. I'm sure it is. It's a pattern, and it's a pattern that as long as you continue that pattern, the less and less important it all becomes. And the question is it important in the first place? If it isn't, then we need to look at the codes again. But an example of one that we had recently, they went through a great deal of trouble. It's just a fence. They were required by our land development code to put in a landscape pocket, approved, went through you guys, and what was built, there aren't any. Is that a big deal? That's up to you to decide. But that's it. I think if you have more examples of kind of what we see on a month-by-month basis, then it's easier, I think, for you guys to understand what the big problem is. We used to see a lot of certificate of appropriate modifications. That process we've gotten better at. But like I was driving down Euclid, and I noticed that there was a fence going up. And then you call the city calls somebody else, and they call somebody else, but then what happens? There's no list, there's no report back of how it was handled. We don't know what happened, it just sits there. So, I mean, the city might be doing a great job, I don't know, but it's just from the historic board's point of view, there needs to be some kind of some process or something. So that's just a couple of things I thought of.
Commissioners, did you want any feedback on this?
yeah, on the first issue you talked about, we go through the process of certifying the appropriateness of the structure. You guys do a great job, and I'm glad you're there for us. And when you talk about, you have no teeth in the process because what you're creating is not being built. How about if we put, what I know as a builder is the big hurdle is your certificate of occupancy. Do we need one more check by a representative of the historical board to look at the finished product before the city releases the certificate of occupancy? Is that something that you're looking towards as far as a solution?
That has fallen on the, basically for us as members of the board to kind of eyeball it as we drive around and look at it. And with Ariel to do that as well. I think that would be beneficial. Again, it may be a moot point now that we're through the bulk of the Woods of Lake Helen. I don't know what else coming down the line in terms of that. With the single family stuff, we do have that leverage. The city has that leverage of the certificate of occupancy. But on issues like the fence, like the landscape pocket or sheds going up, or there's a whole new fence going up on Euclid that you mentioned. People doing things without permits. There's really, I don't know what the teeth are for that. We don't have any teeth. If something comes to us and we approve it, and time and energy for us as a board to do that, we staff to put that together for you guys to review it, and important than just to be ignored. I understand now it goes to a magistrate for a hearing and so forth, but that's months to get done, if it ever gets to that. So in terms of the single family stuff, a contracted person to help with that is on site, does the inspection and signs off on it before you do the CO, would be on single family homes a real remedy for that, I think. I don't know who that person would be. I don't know if the current building inspector can, then we can hire them up to do that additional detail inspection or not. But yeah, I think that would be a good solution for it.
So the two issues are one, new homes that are being built, it's easier to solve the issue.
It
But
is.
it's the Johnny homeowner who does not necessarily pull a permit that creates the issue. Now, from what I understand,
Well, let me jump in on that, not just the ones who just don't build a permit, but those who do a permit and then don't build what we approve, what you guys approve.
and once again, in the fine on that permit, I think in the process, because there's a fine on every permit, just because you pull a permit to do something does not mean that is closed out and you're done with it. So, but I do know that kind of things like fences, if they don't call for a fine every time to get it inspected, that, your power's not going to get turned off, and your water's not going to turn off. You continue to live in your home, it's not going to adversely affect you as a homeowner. So, does there need to be some sort of verbiage in the permit that basically says if you don't call for a formal permit and you set something up in the computer that's got an end date up, and 1 year after that it clicks, a light comes on and says, hey, so and so on 123 Bush Street did not call for a fine. That's when you go and you send them a violation. Now you have to re-permit it all over again, pay all the fees all over again, and make sure that it is notified. I don't know if that's too harsh, but it's most certainly a trigger. Yes, it takes time, but at least it's a big bite if it's not done.
That seems reasonable to me in terms of a big bite. It's like, if that's in the terminology and the permitting application process to begin with, they're aware of it, then to me that seems a reasonable approach.
Before we go, President, could you have the historic board here? Could you, now just want to make sure that they're all recognized there for the meeting. If you would just call their names.
Yeah, sure.
Appreciate it.
Sort of on like, you guys see? That's it. List them all. I don't know who this guy is. Do you guys recognize the guy in the middle here? Mark Shuttler, Kayla Troy, and Stephanie Clark. I don't see. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you all for what you do.
Let me just do one last thing. The city has had a sort of historic precedent that we're complaint-driven code compliance. You know, there's lots of pitfalls about changing that to a compliance-driven issue where there's somebody who's physically going and looking to address those issues. I think it's time for the city to take a look at that. I think that would be a good cultural shift for the city, and lots of things that could be addressed with that. But I think there needs to be a movement in that regard. You know, we're building $400,000 and $600,000 homes, and 2 blocks away, there's a house that's you know, covered with weeds, you can't see it, still got a tarp on the roof for years and years and years. It juxtaposed seems a little stark at this point.
Yeah, it's gonna be interesting for us to see how that, with the new law, that actually people have to state their name to report their complaints, how this is not either going to diminish the complaints, and then the city may have to take a more proactive role in that. It's gonna be interesting.
Okay.
One small note, we were talking about like remedies for, people not following the historic work, like approval. I know a couple previously were like foundation omissions, like they were supposed to look like Briggs foundations and have a certain amount of steps coming up, and they weren't. At that point, if we didn't, instill a practice where they couldn't get their CO, at that point, I don't know if we would have a remedy the foundation in the whole house is built. So that was something that, I don't know how many more times we'll come into something like that, but I almost think it should be maybe on the builder, or the permit holder, their responsibility, and I'm not sure at what point we can, it's easy to tell, oh, you're supposed to have window trim, you're supposed to have shutters, so that's what we approve, but the big foundational stuff, if they change the massing of their roof, it's already built, and I don't know how that sets us up, but that's just something for us to consider, maybe fines, I don't know if fines would be a good thing, if they'd rather pay the fine than it.
If they're big enough, they are.
Right, so I was thinking like a hefty fine, but disclosing that with issuing the permit, if modifying from the COA design, you get a certain fine and after a certain amount of time, because that might be more incentive for them to look at from the beginning, maybe that's something in their handed their permit, make sure to sign that you've read this or something, just to avoid them saying, oh, forgive me and giving my CO.
Yeah, and I think if fines are gonna be leveraged, they need to be per occurrence. So in that particular case, no, they're not gonna raise the house up to put the extra step in the way it's supposed to, but that's gonna be, oh, well, that's a $5,000 fine. Oh, and you didn't put the shutters up. Hang on, we'll put the shutters up, we don't need another $5,000 fine. So it needs to be done in such a way that people should understand that we're not here to tell them what to do with their life. We're here to show them that there's lots of different possibilities. We just kind of want you to conform to sort of general architectural thoughts. And we just want you to talk to us. If you don't do what we approve, come talk to us again. Now, if that slows your process down, well, your choices are fines, not approving, or talk to us. And I think that if the pieces that we put in play encourage the communication, okay, and encourage people to recognize that you're here to help us, help everybody in this community have a community that we all can be proud of. And we're not at odds with one another. We're not at odds with the builders, we're not at odds with the homeowners. And when it comes to code enforcement, I'm literally split down the middle because I've seen both ways, and I've seen the good and the bad of both ways. I think my resolve came to the reason I would rather see a complaint here is because I live next door to that house that you're talking about. I'm going to go over and knock on the door and say, hey, how can I help you? This is a problem. You're not in conformance. You need some help. I'm your neighbor. I'd like to help you. And I think that's a much better world to live in than to have all of our employees in the cities who are now part of the Gestapo that's looking out for violations so they can ticket people. And then I just don't see that that's a healthy scenario. So if we do go that route, I think we have to have the processes in place to where people get an opportunity, especially the ignorant, those that don't know that they're doing something wrong, okay? And how that works is you give them an opportunity to take care of it and hear. And it's a reasonable period of time. You're also given an opportunity to come back and say, hey, I had all these problems in my life, I couldn't get to it. Can I have another 30 days? Sure, not a problem. But at some point, repeat performers, okay, are going to get caught in traffic. But those people who just don't know, or if it's a hardship or whatever, I want to think that we're there to help them, not there to drive them.
Roger, do you have anything you want to add to this?
We do have a code enforcement officer who used to be part-time, just this year hired him full-time. I'm not exactly sure what his schedule is. But probably need to have the city administrator take and review with the police chief, what his requirements are and his schedule so that he can be out on the road more to look at these different areas. And we also have a building inspector. I believe he is only a part-time guy. And we probably might need to look at hiring a full-time guy with everything that's going on in town, so we have one here to handle all these issues. I think that will solve some of the problems with keeping track of the people who are doing the construction and the modifications and everything to make sure it's up to par. Hopefully, the administrator can work with those two groups and come back with us with some recommendations.
Yeah, I think good policies and procedures for the code enforcement officer is incredibly important. Make sure that they're trained, make sure they understand, yeah, it's your responsibility to enforce the code, but do it in a user-friendly kind of way. And when it comes to building inspectors, the only downside of hiring one full-time is when a building slows down, goes down, now you're paying somebody. But currently, I think we pay as we need them because they're part of the engineering firm, so if we don't need them, we don't have to pay for them. Is that correct? Yes.
Yeah, we tell them when to come and where to go, and we pay for services that we get.
Right.
Yeah, I also think with the new code compliance officer,
If he has a day shift, on one of the occasions he might have a day shift, maybe he can come to the historic board meeting, you can get a whole different perspective of what this board goes through and what they're looking for. Jim, did you want to add anything?
The code enforcement officer can also be our eyes and ears for the inspector. If he sees something that's not normal, to be able to let the administrator know so we can follow.
anything else, Mark?
Jim?
Mr. Williams, thank you so much for bringing in the almost entire board and this workshop as well too. Appreciate you bringing in, appreciate the time y'all taking this evening to say hello to us. So thanks. Yeah. So you've got two pretty good size dragon nets here, code enforcement and then higher level inspections to ensure COAs and recommendations have been met right to the letter of the recommendations. So briefly on code enforcement, that's a proactive code enforcement philosophy I think you're talking about, that the city needs to be a little bit more aggressive. Is that part of what I'm hearing too?
I wasn't advocating for that per se. Rick brought up some good points with that. There's pitfalls either way. Neighbors start turning neighbors in instead of the Mayberry community that we all came here to be a part of. It starts becoming snarky, and there's enough of that in our history already. So I'm not necessarily advocating for that. But the process needs to be clearly delineated. So again, I think it's new construction, new stuff versus existing homes, and existing issues that need to be addressed.
And let me get back to that second part just a moment here too. Under the new Florida statute, is the city still permitted to bring up the worst offenders in code enforcement? The city is still permitted to cite the worst offenders here in town, right, regardless of the new statute. That'd be a place to start. We've got some worst offenders around here, no doubt. But that's for another day, right? That's a big discussion. We have to do that part.
Yeah, I concur. We wanted to bring it up because it's something we struggle with, and
And
you see it juxtaposed.
Don't we all?
Yeah.
Neighbors a lot.
Yeah.
Now, the COE requirements for the HPV, I get that. This was an issue a couple of years ago when the woods started to get built out a little bit more, and that you guys have had to be a lot more detailed, what you're suggesting to your homeowners, buyers, builders, what have you, that, hey, do this particular really cool native architecture this way, or do it this way instead, or steps this way. So, and then enforcing those minute changes requires a knowledge of the inspector. So I'm curious if the inspections that we have already, if this is not something we should add. Another thing in my mind, we vary the cost of the additional inspection fee. In order to have another inspection beyond that of the Florida statute, Florida building code, the HOA requirements you guys have had, well, that's going to take another higher level inspection. I wish I like how you said that. Who pays for that? Well, I would. Is a homeowner incumbent upon paying that because we're making it more concise and what would they have to meet? That's another discussion there too. And is the current inspector, part-time or full-time, regardless, is that current inspector knowledgeable enough to go ahead and know what the HPVs, and I'm getting a negative head shake down here by city staff. And so that's the second hurdle. So we have costs. And then we have education. I think both of them are doable, right? Both of them are doable because obviously there are homes being built that meet not just so much here in the land, in Lake Calvin and the land that are complex historical homes. And somehow, some way they're being inspected. So I have no problem piggybacking. I love imitation if it's done properly, right? But the cost part of it is also, you know, we're encumbering the homeowner with another level of inspection, which I get. But you also alluded to the woods being built out to a certain point. Then, of course, we're going to be seeing other properties adjacent, near that are in the gateway. So at that point in time, how much impact will those homes then impact the existing homes in the woods? And is this team, is this board going to get into that much more detail in the woods, so to speak, not the Lake Calvin woods, but are you guys going to have to get that much more detail with complementary construction in other developments not named in the woods? Is that because of the built out in the woods and the detailed architectural landscaping in the woods, is that going to drive even more detail with future developments in and around the woods and in the gateway? And if it does, then it's going to qualify for another level of inspection. Friendly, that's my point. It's vision out. The woods we're already dealing with this, and we're dealing with it sometimes not in the most efficient manner. This is why we're here tonight, right? But we have to think about what it's going to be for that property next door to the woods, that property to the left of the woods, to the east of the, all that property is popular or not. There's a lot of interest, and that's next to you guys. And how are we going to treat that? You see? That's really what I'm about. So I don't have any issue with another high level of inspection. I don't have any issue with raising the inspection fees accordingly. Spread out over a more positive inventory of homes, which will spread those costs down. We're dealing with a lot of what ifs, but it has to be addressed because this is not going to go away. All the various details, and I didn't get that one little glass right. You know, is that inspector going to be that detailed to say, hey, you got to redo it all? You know, these are some of the little issues I'm thinking about. I applaud I want that level of inspection, but I'm really unclear how we're going to get there just yet. Because this is the first time we're talking about it, but it's good stuff, right? The code enforcement, man, I get you, believe me. I've dealt with it here the past week. So, the welcome letter. Does that welcome letter need to be stronger? Does that need to mention these things that you've got in here? The application review process, I think that's in pretty good shape already. I mean, from what we're seeing here from you guys.
Can I back up on the?
Of course, I get a lot out of that, yeah.
In the city's charter, not the charter, but in our city code outlines for the Historic Preservation Board to advise owners and other city agencies and so forth about the requirements for their property, particularly historic, but it would also apply to Gateway. That's an issue that we're going to be bringing up in our next meeting for us to talk about as a board. How do we educate? One of the houses I mentioned has a fence going up down the side on, I believe it's Michigan. It's an historic home, and they're came to us. They don't know. We had a woman come in and was going to build a house in the historic district, and we're talking to her and said, "You realize you're in the historic district?" And she was a realtor, and she said, "No, what are you talking about?" I said, "Your property's in the historic district. On the existing homes where there's new residents in it, we need we need that welcome letter, but we as a board, now that we have more free time, because we're not inundated at every meeting with 608 homes to do, are going to start to address that. So we can have something sort of roughed out with that at the end of our next meeting on how we as a board educate Gateway residents and educate historic district and historic home residents and property owners on what that process is. So in terms of the welcome letter, we started on that last year. I couldn't find my copy of it. Becky and I did some drafts, passed that to the board early last year, pre-pandemic. I can't find my copy. I don't know if the city can still find the ones that were emailed back and forth or not, but that's something we need to get put together.
And last year, Commissioner Abbott came up with an elegant idea, and then our building inspection team, is it worth it for the city staff, you guys, to reach out to that firm, reach out to our building inspection team and ask if we can get a representative from the team to visit with the HPV? To get an idea of what the HPV goals are and what that inspection firm could possibly contribute to that vision.
That's a great phone call that needs to be made. The present inspector we have is multi-talented and multi-certified for electrical, plumbing, building, all the safety codes of the Port of Building. But I will venture to say he knows very little about architectural design, architectural standards.
Right, and I see absolutely no risk, none whatsoever, when the finance called in, okay, for a member of our team to go with the building inspector, while he's doing his thing, they're doing their thing, and it's coming up with a report. Everything's done the way it's supposed to be done, thank you very much.
That's a compliance-driven agenda, as well as the Williams, as referred to a minute ago, I like those words too. Is that going forward now? It is going to be compliance-driven, because we're getting more and more detail, and frankly, we're getting really good at this.
Well, when
Next
you
year,
have construction, particularly the whole house, it's easy to keep track of both the safety standards and the architectural standards. You've got approvals from the commission to the architectural review board. So it's easy to see what should be done and you can tell what hasn't been done. And you make the corrections and you offer opportunities to correct them, whether it's a fine process and magistrate and the whole 9 yards. Just carrot and stick. And we always offer both of those. The ones that are more difficult are the people who have just moved into their house, they've got a CO, everything is done correctly, and all of a sudden they decide to put a fence up and have no idea they need a permit for the fence. Or if they do know, they ignore it, and nobody's tapped on their shoulder and said, well, whatever. Those are the ones that need the more proactive approach. Do we want to do that? I would think we would, but that's something we can talk about as a commission.
Lastly, before we go back to the mayor, thank you, Mayor. The pattern book was an idea. The pattern book was a response to, hey, what are they building in Lake Elk? Well, I said, you come back to do this, and now I can do that, now I can do this. We have a lot of conflict in the codes. Conflict in the board, and all of a sudden, though, we got that done. We worked that. We got Gateway and all current with the ordinance. Everything worked together. Now we're getting a lot of building going on. But that pattern book was an idea just like this. The application review process, that welcome letter, that compliance-driven agenda, that's another book. That's another, we talked about the welcome letter. At one time we thought about getting some master, a building master in here. Well, that precludes the pattern book, because it's too expensive to do a human, it wasn't that expensive to write something that worked. Maybe now we need to think about some of this, and what kind of complementary compliance-driven agenda could be added to that pattern book, or another welcome to Lake Ellen, and this is what we need you to build. Don't deviate, don't guard, don't front it. That type of thing. I'm brainstorming. Is what I'm doing.
I understand. The other thing I would and I'm thinking out loud, I caution myself on, and caution you is, each of these areas requires a specialty. The building code is a very legalistic document, and it's a safety code that's nothing to do with architecture, it's nothing to do with land use. It's just as that building is safe. That's we have one building inspector for that. Another we have that would inspect for the architectural compliance through the commission, the architecture review board. And then the third
code enforcement person does the overgrown weeds or swimming pools that have been maintained and those things, which are probably more criminal than anything else. And then we have, but to try to combine all those into one person, I think it'd be making a mistake. Not that you've advocated that,
Yeah,
it's just preaching.
we're such a small town, we have a habit of putting multiple hats on one individual for cost saving measures. But in this particular arena, can I imagine someone who has all those tools? Yeah, I think they'd be expensive. Okay, so, that's one way to go, but maybe that's not the way we can go yet. Not a city of 300,000, city of 3 million.
Of the three I mentioned, I already have two good ones in two categories. The only one that we really need to beef up is this architectural fence compliance situation for initial discussion for those putting in fences or enhancements to their homes that are not permitted. That's the only one we're really very weak on. We need to figure out how to do that.
Well, the way that I see it right now, we've got to take what we have in the toolbox and enhance it. So it would be, I would think that, like I was suggesting, if we have our code compliance officer that actually can come in, because we have this store for once a month, and he can come in, sit in at the meetings, I think he will glean and learn so much more. And I was just thinking while you all were talking about how I remember when I was trying to learn penmanship, and it is really, you either do it the right way and you're off to really being able to really get that great penmanship, or you just are swapping, watch that. So here we are, when we have these new homeowners in the woods of Lake County, if we are proactive in the approach with when that fence is coming up and we use what's in that toolbox, meaning they get that first warning, the second one, they get the written warning. The third one, now they know that you haven't complied, you will get a fine. And it is a process, but guess what? Hopefully, if it works right, they will know moving into the future, hey, this is Lake Ellen, this is why it's the way it is, because we're it's like teaching an old dog new trick, which is the rest of our population. That's gonna be a slow thing, especially now that we have this new law. That's how I see it. Let's work with that. Let's work with grooming our compliance officer and really understanding and relating with what our historic board is doing. I'd like to see that, and I like all the things that have been brought up here, eventually to move forward with as we continue. Yes, Roger.
I just wanted to make a comment also about down here for landscaping and tree removal. Well, thanks to the infinite wisdom of our state legislators who have taken those authorities away from us, because it felt like we didn't know what to do with our trees properly. And so we have to abide by the state law, and they say if an arborist says a tree is bad, it can be removed. So the developer will go in and have an arborist sign off on all trees, and they'll take them and remove all of them. What we can try to do is the landscaping part. I'm not sure if the state has taken over that authority yet, but we can require, trees and shrubbery and everything to enhance the looks of the place. Plus, I believe that if we haven't planted a tree, we get carbon credits for that also.
Yeah, state law does say if you take down a tree illegally, we cannot force them to put up 2-for-1 trees. It's a remuneration, but we can still deal with the tree. That's one of the assets of the community is the canopies.
What can we do today? What can we do today to help with anything that gets?
Well, one of the things we were talking about the welcome letter, and I think that's an excellent idea, but maybe we should also utilize our water bill for, the thought of the month. And just simple messages like, did you realize you needed to pull a permit to put up a fence? And it's out there, and once a month, it's just these little pearls, go to everyone in the community, not just, people who are new. And I don't know if we can do it in such a fun way that people look forward to information. I think it's good, but.
Excellent.
Not to preach, but just to make a curious comment. We have told many people to read their water bills just to pay them. But it's still worth it to try.
I don't want to spend good money.
And I like the idea of preaching, just say, hey, do you realize you get permit for this? And just make the question, I don't realize it. That's a great idea, but we gotta get past the reading the bill first. Anyway.
Chris, is there anything else to say, please?
I agree with what Lee was saying back on the code compliance, that the bigger issue is the single family homes and fences and that new stuff out there. The other issues are in place, or there are ways to do that, and then deciding how we're going to go to either just a complaint driven or somebody actually going at it is a different conversation. On the landscaping and tree removal, we've been aware of that issue in the state's requirements. The current builder in the woods, that's done most of it, has been pretty reasonable at that with us. The land development code, if I meant to look at those before I come in, still dictate that we have to skirt the trees, they have to do a site survey of the trees and tell us which ones are taken. We're really not doing that anymore. It's sort of like Russian roulette. That's what they're going to do when they get to a lot, how much they're going to clear and that sort of thing. So well, I understand the state has said you can't do that. If they have an arborist that says it's a bad tree or whatever, we can take it. But the current builder's been working, it's been fairly reasonable with us throughout the time. But we've sort of, I don't know if it was a transition from old administration to new, but we're not following those codes, or we've not seen a tree survey in months. Yeah. One of the issues for us is we added landscaping in on the code review that went on a year or so ago. We don't have anybody, it sort of fell into our lap to do that. We don't have anybody that has any expertise in that. I mean, Melissa knows a lot about it. I know enough to be dangerous. I know enough to kill my grass every other year. So we've not really, what we've gotten for vintage is a printout of plants they're going to put around them, and most of we've done with it really is to say if it's a corner lot, you've got a landscape beside a lot that's exposed to the street, as well as the front of the house. But in terms of dictating the type of plants and that sort of thing, a landscape design, we don't really have any expertise to address that. But
Is that something that would be in your HOA, to make that, to really commit that to the plants? I mean, I'm just curious.
the HOA, so this whole thing started, I came to the city because our HOA was the builder, right? Well, now we didn't have an HOA at that point in time because we're still on the builder. Well, now we have an HOA, but the HOA is run by the builder. So they are basically complying to the standards that we set through the city, and we're going along that. There was one recently with vinyl siding that got approved through a mishap with us and you guys. That was a backstop because they won't allow that. But otherwise, they're rubber stamping because it's their product 95% of the time. So the HOA really at that point is rather toothless. So I don't know where the city wants to go with that in terms of future development and so forth. But right now, we have they present us with a simple site plan and the particular plants they're using, which is the same one for every single one. Which is more than we have in the
I don't know that on the residential side, we need to get into the business of demanding landscaping plans. First of all, the reason I say that is because when I go to the road and I drive through, it seems like most of the people that live there are proud of where they are, of their home, and they do have genuinely good.
The HOA drives that. The HOA drives that.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is, I think that's one of those areas to where maintaining some flexibility so homeowners can choose the type of plant they want, the color that they want to go with something, how they want to set up their English garden, or et cetera, et cetera. I don't want to take everything away from the home.
Sure.
And so, unless there's a problem, I wouldn't fix it.
Right. So the landscape designs that are sent to us.
Melissa, 316 Right, the landscape designs that we see are simple landscape designs. All right. Maybe a tire brush. So it's nothing that's intense. It would stop the homeowner from creating whatever their flavor would be. There's simple things to soften the edges of the home. I do think there needs to be some kind of landscaping put in around the houses, because there are some people that are totally lost when it comes to plants. There are some people who are not. And it helps those people that are totally lost to have actually something around the house to kind of anchor and soften the side of their house.
Should we do that maybe as an amendment to the pattern book?
No, because I think there should be a collection of things that are appropriate, but I don't think there should, when I look at the pattern book is focusing on what was appropriate for that time period. So I think that would be too intense to say, okay, well, this plant was really hot in the 30s. This plant was really hot in 1898. Everyone wanted to bloom straight. So I think that's too intense. But I think the landscape package should be a lot better than what we currently see for things that are not going to suffer as much if you don't want it. So I think we need to start taking a look at things that actually grow here. It's part of the environment. And then those other things, English cottage, maybe they like wildness. There's other things that they can bring them on by themselves.
I'm not opposed to it. I'd be willing to look at, whatever you guys want to.
Did you address the zoning, Chris?
Just real quick, I just wanted to go off Jim's point though, the HOA may exist in the woods of Lake Helen, but like the subdivision that was proposed on Lakeview near the Grove House, I think he mentioned at that meeting that he may not, I think he mentioned that he may not have an HOA. So not to say that any of those homeowners would do this, but that's another reason why we should have stricter requirements, because it's not just the woods that could get developed, it's also the orange grove on Tangerine, God forbid, and comes in and raises that whole thing and turns that into more houses. There are going to be other opportunities for more subdivisions to come through, which is another reason why we need to get all of this tighter, but, they may come in, as far as landscaping goes, if we don't have something in place, then what's to stop them from building 7 tremendous giant houses and doing minimal landscaping, and then we don't really have anything, or a new owner buys one of those homes in the woods 15 years from now, and they rip everything out, and it's just a dirt yard. Everything looks nice now, the first owners are very proud, the second owners are proud, but I think we do need a little bit of something there, just to fall back on for those outlanders who may violate, what we expect everyone to do.
So are we talking about subdivision-esque, or are we talking about citywide, any open lot to build a house on?
No, those are on the gateway, I believe, or they're right on Lakeview, the development that may be coming to us that's on the Grove, and the Grove houses like Lake Pearl and Lakeview, I believe that's still in the gateway. So that's gonna have to comply with gateway requirements. And that, like I said, that orange grove is also on the gateway, so those are 2 big spots that are gonna be miniature versions of the woods in that we're gonna have to review what comes through it and enforce that it complies. So I don't know if every house in Lake Helen that, the gateway, if you do have more control over that.
I would echo what Kato just said. There were 2 homes that were built in the historic district before we had any landscape ordinances at all, and it shows. It looks like they landscaped it from the clearance aisle at the Walmart Garden Center, as opposed to nice hedgerows and so forth, so I would agree with that. On the zoning issue, Mayor, that you brought up, what seems to be the case for me, and again, I'm a bit of a rookie here with this, but the previous administration, we had a bunch of issues that were coming up at HPD that were unclear and created a lot of ambiguity between current residents and the new builders coming in. I always argued we should start dealing with those as they come up and do code revisions on a sort of ongoing process to review and adjust as we're going through our course of work. her argument was to say, no, we don't have the time and staff to do that, we're gonna do it in one fell swoop, and we did, because the code ordinances are due before. Ari's gonna point out a whole bunch of issues that she has about holes or ambiguity that's in the current codes. I think what we need to do as a city is put together a process where us, PLBRC, commission and staff have a sort of ongoing review of those issues. Because as the new building comes in, we should all have that stuff tidied up beforehand. So, Aaron, we want to go through the stuff you were talking to me about.
Just briefly, it's just a lot of stuff that's come up in the past with that 3-corner, 6-corner, that one rule for the one house. We seem to be reactive again in how we handle our codes. And I keep looking at codes and if I'm not understanding, or I see that there's a way that an architect or a designer is going to completely twist what the intent was by the way it's worded, I know that that could potentially be an issue. So recently, I'll give you an example, there was a guy that wants a barn. If you look at our codes, the way it's written, it's considered an accessory structure, which technically a barn is a house for horses. And typically you have, the size of it is not based on the size of the residence. It should be based on how many horses you're gonna house. And then it's based on how much land you have, how many horses you can have. So there's a map that our code says it's based on the size of the residence. How big your barn can be. And it can only be 15 feet tall. Well, what if you want a hay loft? You can't do that without going through a whole bunch of variants and administrative and all this other kind of stuff. So that's just an example of one little thing that is not well written from what the city wants. So there's a lot of cut and paste in our current land development codes. In our zoning codes in particular, I thought it was very strange when I first noticed this, that every residential zone has the exact same setbacks and same impervious to pervious surface. So if I have a 5-acre lot, I could literally build a 4-acre house, which is probably not what you guys have in mind in that particular zone. But they can legally do that based on what we have in our codes. So I just think some of that stuff needs to be looked at, and I don't know if it's, we run across a whole bunch of stuff from the historic board standpoint in those few sections. But as we move on, I don't know if that's a PLDRC review, but there's just a lot of little things that come across. So in our zone, in the PLDR or the historic board, we've addressed a lot of them, but I don't think they're done. I think there's still little things, little fine tuning, and that's just the nature of codes. From what Lee was saying, this is something that happens all the time. You're always trying to improve things and make them clear, and sometimes you're too stringent in the way you word them. You want to give them more flexibility. So sometimes it's not just a matter of making it more strict, sometimes it's a matter of, well, maybe we don't need that. Maybe that's not something we really want, but it's in there, so we're forced to enforce it. So that's just, anyway, that's the zoning conversation.
Are we suggesting bringing in a professional to sit down with the historic board and do a review of codes? Or are we talking about doing a workshop between the historic board and the commission and go over every board, the ordinance, and rewrite it ourselves? What are we talking about?
I know that if you remember that master plan that we had done, part of what he put in there was he identified several areas in our land development code that did not promote what we wanted. That would be a good place to start, but that might be the administrator sitting down looking at that and then bringing ideas to you guys. Because some of it's not historical, some of it's just all.
Some of the field.
Yeah. So, and I don't know who does what, but, so I don't know what the answer is. We're just kind of identifying a problem and I hope you guys have any. Lee, do you want to add something to that, or?
Yeah, I'm just going to suggest there's a couple of ways that we could go, but I certainly agree with Ariel. And there are different levels of detail or correctness we want to put into the historic area, the gateway area. versus any other area in the community. That quote, the peer review about the barn, she also didn't mention that the standard for barn should be set as, it references the Volusia County Department of something, animal control. And that's how we're supposed to build our barn, whatever they say. We look it up, and I'm not sure we even have a standard, but that's where our code, little things like that just need to be gone through and say, wow, you know, and change. Some will be technical, the architect will do, some just simply be citywide. The idea of having the same setback for everything, that really doesn't make a lot of sense either. But I just think we almost want to bring in an outside agency that's objective, and take a pushback, and let us look at it and say, well, this is good, that's bad, rather than just always try to come up with their own changes to something, not what's their expertise.
It sounds to me like it's housekeeping that probably should be on a maintenance schedule for 10, 20 years. I don't know what, but
Like the church,
exactly.
which is overdue.
Yes.
I hope this isn't as difficult. I'm just saying.
No, you're absolutely correct. And it needs, you know, it's served us well to this point, but we're becoming a more mature community, in terms of modern.
Roger, you want to add something?
Yeah, I'm gonna take us back to the landscaping side. Comment she made on people back in the 30s and earlier installing plants because they were the proper thing at that time. About 90% of those plants that were proper back at that time are listed in the state's invasive plants now, and some of them are not even allowed to be brought into the United States. But probably would be a good idea if maybe you take and get the list that the state has of invasive plants and plants that are not allowed to be in Florida. And when people ask what can we put in, say, not these. And so, because I know a lot of the invasive plants are being sold at Lowe's and Home Depot and everything because they're not denied. It's just the people who install them are responsible for properly maintaining them so they do not spread from where they are. And a lot of people don't understand that requirement. So maybe we can look at those and say, these are the plants we don't want. Use native heritage plants instead, and maybe that'll help with the landscaping problem.
Chris, do you have anything else?
I don't think so. Thank you for the opportunity to be here.
Well, we thank you for the service, we thank you for all the work that you all do, we appreciate it. The Woods Lake County is coming along with great. Thank you, it's because of that diligence. I was hoping to see if maybe we can get a recap from the city administrator of some of the key points, and then maybe, share it with the commissioners eventually, of what we could do. What could be, no, not today, but I'm just saying after the meeting, and then send us maybe,
Yes, you will get a report.
would that be good? Commissioners, would that be okay?
Yeah, that we plan to course back. I'm looking for feedback from knowledgeable people that can help us.
And then send that email to both commissioners, really appreciate it. Okay, well, we still have 5 minutes to the hour. With that, I'm gonna go ahead and adjourn this meeting. Let's take a break and come back at 7. Thank you. Good evening, everyone. Thank you. All folks? Thank you for coming tonight. today is Thursday, July 8th, 2021, and we're getting ready to start our regular city commission meeting. A couple of housekeeping real quick. We just finished our workshop, and I just wanted to, for the record, we dispensed with prayer and with the pledge. And for the record also, present for the workshop and present here, we have Commissioner Roger Eckert, Commissioner Gasso, Vice Mayor Jim Connell, myself, Mayor Daisy Raisler. We also have Administrative Assistant Dominique Traeger. We also have our City Administrator Lee Abbott and our City Attorney, Mr. Scott Simpson. Not in attendance is Commissioner Kelly Preston. As many of you know, she tries to make these meetings, and her grandmother passed away. Okay, we, also for another housekeeping, we have yellow cards for items that are not on the agenda. And if you have a key person that would like to speak on any topic, have that one person speak in the group. It's one card per person per topic, not multiple coming back and forth. And we also have these blue cards, they're right in front. These are for items that you wish to discuss on the agenda. And if you have cell phones, please mute them. Moving on, the next part that we have here, Commissioners, item 3, additions, deletions, and modifications to the agenda.
Yeah, I'd like to add a discussion item,
Do you have any preference where you want that discussion item?
not necessarily.
Okay.
Just context, it has to do with, advisory board and how they communicate.
Okay.
Mayor,
Yes,
I'd like to add 2 items, suggest 2 items.
one second, I just want to note this down. So, basically, we'll add that to your report. During, I'm just looking, number 12, we'll push it there, or would you like it somewhere else in the?
I can put it in the under your the rest of the discussion item.
I know, it looks like it's been integrated, reports and section.
Okay, that's fine.
Okay, so, okay.
That's just fine.
Okay, Mr. Administrator?
2 items, Mayor. One is the a land purchase agreement for a property within Melissa Park that's currently privately owned. And the other is simply an update on our sound system and the efforts to improve or replace it.
Is that under your report, Mr. Administrator?
Pardon me?
Under your reports, a land purchase agreement and sound system.
Right.
And then, Madam Mayor, if the Commissioner wills, I'd like to move item 12C, the use of the shuffleboard building, before item 9, old business.
12C?
12C. Ahead of item 9, old business.
This is my report, you want to move my report over?
You're okay with that?
I really didn't want to move it.
Okay.
Anything else? If there's nothing else, Commissioners, let's move to item number 4, approval of minutes.
I would make a motion to approve the minutes as read and published.
Do we have a second? If anybody read the minutes, would you like to say anything about them, yes or no? If not, we have a motion by Connell with a second by Eckert to approve the minutes as presented. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Anyone opposed? No one opposed, the motion passes. We're jumping on to the public forum. Items that are not on the agenda. There are 3 minutes on the clock. Dominique, you've got a little bit? Okay. By order that I received them here, the first one is Alan Cook Jr. That's a J.
Wow, we didn't tell it. I don't see anything on the agenda tonight, so I just got here. It's Alan Cook Junior, 849 Pleasant Street, sorry. So in regards to the football field, behind the baseball field, it's kind of come to my attention that Mr. Mike Walker wants to use it for some football camp on the 24th, and there were some safety issues that have arisen with the dirt. That is obviously a concern. So I guess he needs to. My purpose of being here tonight, or to talk about this, was the dirt was purchased by me, or from me, I'm sorry, back, it was actually last year, July 21st. There was 90 loads of dirt brought in at $50 a load. Obviously, that's a very reduced cost for the material. It's probably $200 a load for good dirt. But the purpose of this was, I know how they come and things will get misconstrued and all that, so I just wanted to clear the air. The deal was, you purchased the dirt at a reduced rate. It wasn't perfect dirt. Perfect dirt's $200, but the purpose of it was to build the field up somewhat level. So, because if you're gonna build the football field to use a standard that's professional, I guess, or the field had holes in it, so we used that unsuitable dirt per se to fill those voids in. The dirt sat there for a while because we were waiting on the end game of if it was going to be sod, AstroTurf. Obviously, Mr. Walker had some proposals on the table for those. Obviously, COVID sidelined that stuff. So in the meantime, back in March 12th, obviously became unsightly, so we just went ahead and knocked it down. I told you the night you guys approved the dirt from me, that I would knock it down for free. There was no charge. So we went ahead and did it. I just didn't want to grade it twice because we were doing it for free. But because we had no answer, COVID, no one had an end game result, we just kind of roughed things down, prettied it up. Actually, I just went by there tonight on the way here. It looks pretty good as far as filling in the grass. It doesn't really need sod, but there is a couple things out there, but nothing bad. I just want to make sure the air was clear on what you guys purchased and what I supplied to you and what I did for free. I was more than happy to grade it perfect and pristine if you were going to sod it. I didn't see no need to make it perfect if we weren't going to finish it, if that makes any sense. But there is a couple things out there, some small pieces of concrete, some roots, there's a small cable. I'll be more than happy to go out there myself and pick that stuff up to make it safe, just to make sure I'm not the bad guy. That's all I have to say.
Thank you.
Any questions?
My only question is, who deemed the field unsafe?
City did.
Okay.
There's been some chatter, so I just want to make sure I wasn't going to be the bad guy in this. And what do we pay all this money for? I graded it for free. I would have done it perfect and proceed if they were going to chase us with a finished product of sod, AstroTurf, or whatever. But no one could make any decisions. Mike Walker's hands were tied because of his donors with COVID, the field being kind of at a standstill. So we just kind of said, instead of these piles of dirt out there with grown weeds, we just knocked them down. And it actually came out pretty good. It looks pretty good. The rain and the weeds have grown very nicely. There is a couple of things out there that, like I said, I'll be more than happy to address to make it safe, just to do my part.
It's, just so Alan Cook Jr. understands, it's not a criticism of his work or his purpose or what he's done for the city. Matter of fact, he should probably be commended for everything he's done for the city in that regard. It's simply that the fill that was brought in was never intended to be a hot coat, it was only intended to be a foundation. And as a matter of fact, it still requires an additional portion of the field to be brought up to the foundation standard with extra fill. But it's not a criticism of Mr. Cook at all. What needs to happen now is a top coat needs to go over it, and then either, if you want it really nice and fancy, you do sod. If you don't, just let the weeds grow on that. But right now, it is a very rough surface. It's not even. There are holes and gaps and some concrete chunks the size of your head. that we could see. The trouble is, all nice weeds, you can't see everything. So it's really not safe for anybody playing on it for any reason. We have told Mike Walker that he does have 2 weeks to try to bring in the extra fill if he can, and to level it off and have a good playing field, in which case it'd be a great place to play. So, it just needs to be completed.
Are we addressing another agenda item to look at doing finishing?
Or do you want to
My
put it to
my understanding is that Mr. Walker was going to bring in, it was not going to be a city project, it was going to be a volunteer project, him and his friends to do it. We did pay for the fill at this point, but we have nothing in the budget for completing the cost of the fill. And the grading I might add was contributed by a gentleman named John Cook Senior. William Sam is out there with me today and agreed that it's not safe.
What would it take to, fill wise to top dress it?
I'm sure we can come in with some clean dirt. You don't obviously don't want to make his football camp, I believe, is the 24th, is it not?
Yes.
So obviously, we are limited on time because you can't go in there and tear it all up and turn it to dirt and then expect to play on it. So there could be some minor touches to probably get him through to deem it safe. Like I said, I kind of walked through there. I didn't see any massive amount of work to do that. There could be some light sand topping here and there. Then pick up a couple sticks, some roots. There's a piece of cable sticking out. And like I said, I'm more than happy. I'll go down there and do it myself just to complete my promise. But obviously, somebody has to then, after I do it, has to deem it safe. But Mr. Walker's running out of time. Obviously, there's not another commission meeting for them to approve it or not approve it. He was going to be here, but he's actually at football practice with his son. He was going to come by. So I just thought this was an issue for me. I could see the smoke in the air. I just wanted to make sure everybody was aware why we did what we did and what y'all purchased.
Oh, I just want to also add, I happened to have been on the phone today when he was, city administrator was getting the appointment to go over there and look at that, and I said, well, can I tag along to see what's out there? But first of all, I do want to say that it's very commendable, the work that you did, and I agree, it's not criticizing your work, and to learn, I mean, that's a whole process to create football fields, soccer fields. I don't know much about it, but when I was there, I was listening that it's got to have that foundation that you brought in, and then of course, then it's going to have 8 inches of some other type of dirt, and then the sod. So it's like when you think about that, you just gave us a number of $200 for whatever that 300 by 100. That's a lot.
It's a lot of dirt.
And to add to that, what I did see that what could be seen, and you've got kids running. We actually really did see them. We saw parts of them and started pulling them up.
Yeah.
There were rocks this size.
I did, there's no denying, there is some out there, but there's not enough to.
And then there were divots, that would still need a fill to lay it like that. But
And I'm more than happy to do that. We just went into it thinking we were gonna do this, and we ended up doing that, and
It's
time.
not on you.
I understand, I
Okay,
just wanna make sure everybody's,
okay,
I'm good.
thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, the next one up is Forrest Callahan.
Just as a summation, are you going to work with Mr. Walker to get the field in the condition that you're satisfactory with, or?
He knows what has to happen, because we discussed it today, and he has the time to do it, he has the resources to do it. He tells me he has financial backers who can back up what he needs to do. So he does have the time, and he knows if he puts in the final top layer, and doesn't have the sod, that'd be nice, it doesn't have to, it'd be safe to work on. It's a very rough foundation, and it's not level, it's got holes in it, it's got rocks in it, it's got wires in it, and you would never let your kids play on it, quite frankly.
Yeah.
So if that's covered with 6 to 8 inches of clay and fill, it'd be perfect. It just has to happen.
Okay. Is there going to be a situation where you're going to stop it from doing whatever his camp is, if that work's not done? I'm trying to support you.
Yeah, no, I know, and I've told him nobody can play that at any time until it's finished. And if it is finished, yes, we can certainly go with it.
Okay.
And that's what the commission told them they could do back in September, but they just never completed it.
Thank you. Thank you.
Forrest Gallion, 261 Lake Pearl Drive. This is in reference to the market in the park.
That's, I believe that's on the agenda. You'll have to speak on when it comes up.
Oh,
I'm sorry, we filled out the non-agenda.
Sorry.
I'll remember and I'll bring it up back. Okay, great. The next one up, Dee Thibodeau.
Denise Thibodeau, 363 Baker Avenue, North Carolina. I've never done this before. My issue is neighborhood noise during the night from like, I go to bed at 11, until 6 in the morning. I have extreme noise next door. It's extreme to me because it's right next door to me in my bedroom. And it's somebody working on vehicles out there. And it has been addressed. The police have tried watching over it and checking on it, but there seems to be a noise level issue, which I don't comprehend, because was brought up with people do not go out and mow their lawns or have parties after 10 or 11 at night till 8 in the morning. People cannot go out in the community and start construction jobs till 8 in the morning because of noise. These guys work on their vehicles outside all night, and they start their cars and they'll just idle them to listen to that sound to see when it's running right or not, or they'll rev it up. They work on trucks and a motorcycle. I don't know if they work on a motorcycle, but I'll hear it start up, shut on. It's one of those crotch rocket things that are really loud. Then they go taking off out of there. I can hear them going through Lake Helen in the middle of the night. I've called 4 police department at 2, 3, 4, 5 in the morning. 2 days ago, I was woken up at 4, I could not go back to sleep. So last night, 11 o'clock, they're still out there making noise, and I hear it worse than anybody because they're right next door. Across the street, the lights go into the little girl's bedroom and keep her awake. They just bought the curtains to darken the room so she could sleep. They do have the noise in there too, but they are afraid to complain because of the retribution they may have. I've tried to talk to the young lady that lives there. I don't know who these gentlemen are that live there. They don't seem to, be mean or anything. They don't scare me. It's just the noise, and I can't sleep. And that's the issue. We all brought up to not go and make noise in the middle of the night. Be respectful of your neighbor. And weren't we also taught to communicate with each other? I tried to communicate with her, and it just doesn't work. She says I'm harassing her, so I don't. So do I have to sell my house, move? Someone told me, oh, move my bedroom to the other side of the house. Well, that's not my bedroom. That's not a comfortable bed. It's not my bathroom. Why should I have to do that? It's just the noise, and I don't understand why they work all night. And that's the question I tried to ask her, and she would not answer me. I requested to sit down today with the police officer and her, with the police officer and her. I requested that, but they told me that there's, a chance that they could, get into trouble for doing this, so we can't do it. And I've spoken with you and a lot of people about it, but it's just really getting to me, and I can't handle it anymore. I really can't. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing.
Any questions?
First of all, thank you for reaching out to your neighbor, trying to communicate with your neighbor first. I think that's very admirable. That's really the right way to start out with the city administrator or chief Mullins. Is there any more information on this?
It's an ongoing problem. The officers go out there, throughout the night, they can do it all night. The issue arises is when the officers go out there is no excessive noise. Whatever noise is there is an acceptable level. People have a right to go outside, they have a right to talk. So when that noise gets to a point where it becomes disturbing to the neighbors, we have to see out for us to take action. It's just a matter of catching up. And that's the hard part about the noise ordinance is that you have to catch it in action.
Am I allowed to put a camera out there or a audio recorder?
That's a legal question, I don't know the answer.
Well, thank you for addressing that. Next one up is Ann Blair. Anna Blair.
Good evening. My name is Anne Marie Blair, 643 South Summit. I'd like to start off by saying I hope we all said a small prayer for Commissioner Frasca's grandmother. We did. It's a sad thing that she passed. With that being said, with all the new building going on, and obviously houses really close to each other, people really, we need to rethink all these houses being built so close to each other. It's obviously hurting people's sleep, privacy, and you can look out your window and see a child's room where the light's on. The houses are real close. With that being said, with it being an election year and everybody running for commissioner, mayor, and everything, I see a lot, and we hear a lot at this dais going on about unity. I have done a lot of reading and soul searching. The great Woodrow Wilson once said, "We cannot be separated in the interest of the divide. In purpose, we stand together until the end." This town has not done that. We have not stood together. We have bashed each other on social media. We have fought with each other on the dais. We have made our poor town a laughingstock. We talk about unity. Everybody talks about unity, but nobody shows it. When you have a neighbor that's complaining of noise and she goes to her neighbor, they won't care, but it'll show up on social media that she's complaining. Or we have dais members that didn't reach out to other dais members with a loss. Or you have a whole town picking on one person because they made a comment in social media. This isn't unity. You guys sit up there, you guys are supposed to promote that. And that's what I would love to see from this commission. A joint effort for you guys to promote that, just like Woodrow Wilson once said. With the historic department brought up about the tree cutting. Thank you. It's been a sore thumb for me with all this different houses. We got all this clearing. We're supposed to have tortoise surveys done where they remove the tortoises. Is there actually, are we getting those? And if so, are they going to be publicized? Just like the GM hearings, we should have access to those, those are all public record. So we should be able to know what's going on when we have a general magistrate hearing here. Residents have that right. That's called being transparent. I'm big on animals. All of y'all know that. I love my tortoises and my deer and my owls and everything. I just like to know that the tortoises are being moved when they clear something safely. You know, that they're not, just not overlooking it. That happens a lot. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, that concludes the public forum portion. Now we're going to proclamations, which we don't have any, so then we move to 7, which is awards and presentations. Mr. City Administrator, tell me about number A. Letter A. Letter A, 7A.
Letter A.
Because I was looking for stuff here.
That is a certificate of completion for Commissioner Eckert, who recently included the Fort Wayne City's Institute for Elected Officials. And you,
I was looking for it, couldn't find it.
you have
Oh, well. So just congratulate Commissioner Roger Eckert. We thank you for your attendance. I didn't, so I apologize, and I'll go through this again. Oh, really? I'm sorry. Oh, here we go. Okay, well, I would like to formally present this. It's the Institute for the FLC University Certificate of Completion for Roger Eckert, Commissioner of City of Lake County. To you. Thank you. Congratulations. I'm sure you
There's do's and don'ts.
Got 2 more to go.
Next one's in November.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you. The next one up is a certificate of appreciation for Ms. Sandy Mitchell. She came to the city as a part-time employee during a period of extraordinary need. She worked on a variety of projects, mostly notably a backlog of minutes from the City Commission, Historic Preservation Board of Planning, and Land Development Regulations Commission. The city organization is a better place because of her dedication and abilities. I found out today that she is here, which is great. I invited her here. And I also I actually had a conversation with her, and I told her that I really am very grateful that I had the opportunity to run as for Zone 4 and then for the mayor's seat, because it was during that time that I had an opportunity to meet her. So please, I would like to welcome her to the front here to receive this award. Our city was going into a very big transition. We had our minutes behind, and many citizens wanted to have access to these, and she was there. She answered the call. So thank you. Please, everyone, give her a warm.
Dominique, she is precious. She is the one that trained me on the software, and I just appreciate her personality. She can work with any personality. Keep her around.
Yes.
And Mr. Lee, you've been a lot of fun too. So thanks to you.
Thank you so much.
Okay, let's move on to the consent agenda. The acceptance of bills, paid report, commissioners. Look it over.
Madam Mayor, I make a motion to approve the consent agenda as produced, acceptance of bills paid.
Second.
There are any feedback in the community? We have a motion by Vice Mayor Collins with a second by Commissioner Eckert to accept the bills paid report. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Anyone opposed? Motion passes.
By the way, I don't know if you produced the associate balance sheet. Thank you.
Yeah, I can read it.
Thank you.
Okay, old business. Award of bid for Lake Pearl Drive. Thank you so much, Mr. City Administrator, for working on this. I'll turn this over to you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. We received on June 22nd, 4 bids for the reconstruction of Lake Pearl Drive, which has become of great interest to people in that particular area for a variety of reasons, not the least of which is very narrow and poor condition. The lowest bid is $131,553.60, of which $50,000 will be paid for by CDBG funds, leaving a balance for the city of approximately $81,000. We would recommend the low bid be accepted, and the work will start as quickly as we can.
And when will the work start? After it's accepted here?
after, well, we have to go through the awarding of the bid by yourselves, and then negotiation of the contract. That has to be approved by CDBG people, and it's about a 6 to 8 week process.
6 to 8 weeks,
After
okay.
that, they go over.
Commissioners?
Much to approve, drainage construction, a little bit around that. Virginia Road.
Do we have a second on it? The CDBG road servicing project Lake Pearl Drive.
I'll second.
Anybody wishes to? Okay, nobody wishes to speak on this. We have a motion by Commissioner Basso with a second by Commissioner Eckert. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Anyone opposed? Motion passes. Next topic that we have here is the market in the park agreement. And for the backstory, I'll go ahead and turn it over to our city administrator.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, members of the commission. This particular item appeared on your June agenda. Prior to that meeting, after the material was distributed, I did receive a call from Commissioner Fresca, who had several suggestions on how she thought it could be improved upon. And so I thought it was really unfair to the rest of the commission to surprise you tonight at the meeting with suggestions you have not really had a chance to think about or see in written form. So I withdrew it from the agenda and bring it back today to you. As I rewrote the agenda, I discovered fairly quickly that I didn't know that much about markets in the park, or flea markets, or produce markets, or farmers markets, whatever you want to call them. So I actually did some on-the-scene investigations, went to the very large one that's held every Wednesday at the fairgrounds. And it was interesting for a little boy from Indiana to see what goes on there. But there really are two different ways to do this, and neither one is better than the other. They're equal. One is basically the way we operate. That is to have the city do it on their property and have an independent contractor who, for the last 12, 15 years, has been one particular person and been operating the way quite successfully. She collects the money from the vendors and brings it over to City Hall. No problem. She has a fee that then is paid to her for her services. We insure the project with our overall general liability. The other way to do it is simply to rent the land from a governmental agency, as the Farm Bureau does from Volusia County. They have an event and they receive the money, and it's a fundraiser for the Farm Bureau, as quite frankly ours is as well, a fundraiser for the general fund. There is a lot of understanding in the community that money is used for the fireworks, and to a certain extent that's true. It simply goes in, however, to the general fund, and the monies are appropriate from the general fund for fireworks. There's not a direct tie link to it, except a moral commitment on the part of the commission to use those funds, or like some, for the fireworks. The issues then that were suggested by Commissioner Prescott really center on what you have before you in the green shaded areas. And I'll synopsize in this way. One of them provides that people who come to, the vendors who come to the event should be required to fill out a simple application, and as we have for anybody that does business in the community, whether it's at the vendors, at the farmers market, whether it's Papa's across the street, the gas station owner, and that is, who are you, where do you live, and what's your phone number? It's that simple. The other one is, we we take and ask them if we can do a background check, which is really an investigation of criminal records, to see if there are people in our park doing business in our community that we would prefer not to have in our community for whatever reason. I should point out something very distinctive between the fairgrounds and here. They're both public grounds. The fairgrounds, however, is entirely enclosed by a chain link fence. There's one way in, one way out for vehicles, two ways in, and two ways out for pedestrians. But there is no spillover allowed, there's no other activity in the area. It's simply a very large market in the park. Very large to the extent of 10,000 people a day are there during the winter season, during the height of the snowbird time. In our particular area, we don't have an enclosure that seals off. It is simply in one part of the park. We do also have other activities going on within the park, tennis courts, basketball courts, and most important, the children's playground. So there are multiple activities, multiple opportunities for interaction of the two types of situations. For that reason, I think Commissioner Fresca felt it was important to suggest both of the two areas that I had suggested to you. One is to have the application with home address, phone number, name. The other is to do a background investigation. I went one step further in my investigation with the city of Deltona. They're going to be operating through a company, through a nonprofit organization called Deltona Strong. And Deltona Strong will actually be leasing land from the city in a park. The city is requiring everybody who is a member of Deltona Strong to fill out an application and have a background investigation, actual members of the organization. We're not advocating that parent do a background investigation. We know we're well enough. There's no issue there at all. But Deltona is going to require everybody in Deltona Strong to have a background investigation. But there's no requirement that the vendor either have an application submitted, the city's not requiring that, or a background investigation. Now, the Parks and Recreation people did say that even though it's not required, he felt fairly certain that Deltona Strong would require an application of the vendors, but not a background investigation. So the question is, what I tried to do initially was simply to replicate in a written form what we've been doing for 25 years, the last 12 or 15 with Karen. The agreement is patterned after that exact operation. No change, that's the way it is. There are two other changes that were made. One, actually three, I think. One is to make sure the activities for parking didn't interfere with the equestrian center or the tennis courts or basketball courts. And the other is to make sure that the 5K run at Christmas time, if it falls on a Saturday, did not interfere with Market Park. And the third is the prohibition of pornography as an item to sell within the flea market. None of those are considered by anybody to be objectionable or questionable. So they are included. The basic decision then for the commission is either to accept those minor changes I mentioned that are not objectionable, with or without the two provisions, one for name, address, and phone number, and one for a background investigation. You can accept the agreement without either of those. You can accept it with one of those. Actually, it would be difficult to accept the background investigation without the application, because you have to do it as your custody. So, do you want one of those, both of those, neither of those, other, we'll just leave it the way it's been for 25 years.
What is the cost of the background investigation, and who's going to bear the cost?
That's a good question. I have one. What's the cost?
About $26.
Yeah, about $26 per person. And it would be done only on those who, we have a lot of repetition business, what I'm saying. So we don't do it once, for those who keep coming back. We do get an occasional person that is there, basically to sell goods when they're in a garage. That's fine. It is a flea market, along with produce market. But a lot of them are regular too. We don't do those once a time. And then the application, same thing, for the regulars, we have them on file and ready to begin.
Yeah, I didn't hear who you said would pick up the cost of it.
The cost would be $25. We can either take it out of the proceeds of the activity that day, which would be the most logical thing. I can't imagine the city wanting to pay for it when it's really a fundraiser in the first place. So, rather than taking out the proceeds right at the beginning, we just would find the next result.
I've had the opportunity of actually participating in the Martin Park as a vendor and had no problem with the administrator in the way that she ran it. I also had the opportunity of participating in Orange City's Market in the Park. And when I first went there, they had the process where you had to go in and apply. I believe you had to be turned in before 5 p.m. on Wednesday, an application to be at the market for that Saturday. And then you also had to pay your fee then to the city. They realized that was restricting a lot of people from showing up, and they eliminated that process, and you just showed up, and the person would come around with a logbook, you put your name and phone number, and you pay your fee, and that was it. If you wanted a receipt, they'd give you the receipt for it. So I don't see any need for doing a background check on the people. I don't see any need for more than just a simple logbook registration of who's there that day. There's going to be vendors that only come one day every couple months, sometimes only once every 6 months. And you're putting such a heavy burden on the people, you're going to push people away, and then the market's going to end up collapsing on a lot of them have done because of super hard restrictions.
We did, point of clarification on the word application, use that term, it sounds very restrictive. What we really only want to know is the name, address, and phone number. And that can simply be recorded in a logbook that Karen put in. It doesn't have to be a formal application process. So that's one point. We did toy with the idea of having the monies turned in, not through Karen, but have them turned into City Hall on the Friday before. And again, it became a bureaucratic, why are we doing this? You know, instead of just, it's been handled fine, why are we trying to invent the wheel all over again when the wheel is not broken? So we eliminated that idea. But there, I also talked with our finance director, Zach, and asked if they had any qualms about how we handle the financial transactions. I got a strange answer. It was considered so minor, I didn't worry about it. Which I didn't think 14,000 was minor, but they're they do stuff. So anyway, they weren't a big help.
Yeah. Have you got feedback from Karen?
Karen, well, obviously she can speak for herself, but Karen is agreeing with everything except those 2 green areas, and she does not think either of them would be wise for the city.
Karen's here? Okay, so, but we'll work on it.
I'm sorry, I didn't see it.
I'm looking.
Either would be wise for the city to enact. So she has no objection to the agreement as originally written, and now with those yellow additions there about parking and pornography and not conflicting with the 5K. Those are fine with her too, but she does have objection. She thinks it will decrease the attendance of the vendors. If we do either of the 2, either ask the name, address, phone number, or do any sort of background investigation. But again,
Did you want to add something, Joe?
Yeah, I'll make it brief. I echo exactly what Commissioner Eckert just mentioned just a moment ago. This thing started out with a solution looking for a problem in the first place. And so, but I also agree that we need to have some type of formalization of a working agreement. And I believe Karen agrees with that part too. So again, this is a solution looking for a problem. I appreciate Karen's input and her feedback on it. I recommend that this commission listen to Commissioner Eckert, and less is more when it comes to this.
Before I turn it over, go ahead.
I've also got one other question is, it's a smaller line, Roman numeral line.
HI?
H1. Yeah, then knives and other weapons not allowed. Does that include kitchen utensils? Because there's itself a lot of
Yeah, I have a question.
kitchen knives and steak knives and stuff like that there too. The intent would be not, wouldn't be kitchen knives, or kitchen utensils would be guns, knives, and other weapons, meaning knives and weapons. Can we have that, I don't remember not to include kitchen utensils.
I would expect the operator to have due diligence and be sure that we're not selling guns and knives and other weapons. Screwdrivers and knives, a hammer is a knife, a wrench is a hammer. I mean, if I wanted to inflict bodily harm, all I have to do is go get my screwdriver.
I just wanted to say, Karen Grant is 939 Black Tech.
One second, so I'll turn it over to you. So, I just want to share with the commissioners, when I first came on in 2017, this was one of the issues that I had, was like, where's the formality to this? And I was very naive then in 2018 when I brought it back up, because I wanted to know, is the Market in the Park a city event, or is it an event that happens in the city? So that with that commission, with that administration, I can get an answer, and they, just didn't want to address it. And then I brought it back again in 2019, and I wanted to find out, so how do we, formalize this so that in the future, or if something happens, there is something that we could fall on in writing. And again, it was very complicated. So I really want to say thank you to Mr. Everett and to Karen for looking at, and go to their city attorney, for putting something together that looks like what is happening now. And I do echo what Roger talked about, where they log, that gets turned in to, the funds, and something else similar. Again, thank you. Okay.
I do have everyone, we're sitting here.
We have vendors here. Thank you so much for making our Saturday market a wonderful place to.
I do have all their names, phone numbers. I don't feel I need their addresses, I'm not going to their house. As a matter of fact, that's how I call, I message them, tell them that it's weather bad or whatever. I don't think it needs to be listed at City Hall. If somebody has a problem in the park, they're directed to me. I will call the person at here and try to handle it that way. I don't see any reason. I got drivers standing there the other day, I think, when somebody wanted to call somebody. And I said, I'm sorry, I don't give out their phone numbers. Most of these people come one time, not these people. They pay $10 to rent a spot, a 12-foot spot from the city, for $10. A 12-foot spot. I don't think they need a $26 background check to stay for 6 hours in the city. In that case, we'd have to do a lot of background checks. And that's my opinion, and everyone here agrees with me, I'm quite sure.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, and we'll say that I don't think we need to do that much either. But with that said, if the FBI shows up and wants to know where Mr. Smith that does this stand over here, where he might be, and we don't know where his address is, and we can't get additional information, are we exposing the city to a potential liability? I think as long as, Karen, you know the person, I don't have an issue. But when you're done doing this job, and the next person comes along that's going to do it, then we're going to depend on them knowing the people. So as long as that connection's made, there is no liability to the city. It's taken care of, it's done. It's the moment that that ceases to exist is when there becomes a liability to the city. So
Mr.
to me, on the front end of it, you've got the names and phone numbers of people that are there. To ask them what their address is, in addition to that, I don't see that as unreasonable, but I'm a team player, and I'll go down the road to everybody who knows me.
Mr. Ken, just, since you did bring that up, how does that play out?
I'm not sure what the liability specific situation he's referring to. I mean, running a market in the park, or in essence, a full market, is like that. I'm not aware of anything that requires us to have any type of information as the others. If it was, we're prohibiting guns from being sold, so if they were selling anything that's legal, then, or guns that needs to be registered, or things like that, we may be different situations. I'm not exactly sure. A couple of suggestions, well, one suggestion was that it prohibits selling pornography. You're never going to be able to prove that. If you look at the definition of pornography, forget about it. You're not going to be able to get there. Now, you can put in nudity. Everybody knows what nudity is. But when you say pornography, it gets into the intent of the nudity.
Did you want to change the wording? Would you recommend us changing the wording?
I would not recommend putting, nothing displayed as nudity. I don't know what goes on there, I've never been there, but assuming they're not selling, nude artwork or something like that, that would be prohibited, but pornography would be pretty hard to regulate. So, and the only other suggestion, I mean, is what is parking will not be allowed to interfere with parking, playgrounds, and such. What is interfering? Does that mean one spot there doesn't interfere with it? Because there's one parking space, or it may be that we should say no more than half the parking will be allowed from Lake Park will be allotted. It just interferes a little bit. That's not a big deal to me, but I can tell you pornography you'll never be able to enforce.
So you recommended that we change that language to nudity?
Yeah.
And as far as the other concerns, I saw the same thing. I think a map should be written, taken care of. And there should be a map of care can be used for
something I would like
make sure that there are boundaries. You just say, okay, you have to stay inside these boundaries. Because once you get outside, now you're getting into an area where children are playing, and we don't need vehicles, trucks, trailers.
The only parking complaint that I've ever heard at the park was when somebody came up and said, it took me 10 minutes to find an empty spot to park. And I looked out over it, and nobody's blocking the playgrounds, nobody's blocking the basketball courts. I mean, the whole eastern field from the water pump over is completely empty. So why it took them that long to find an empty spot, I don't know. So,
but in the end, which if they're trying to protect children in a multi-use space, I think it's incumbent upon us to draw the map. And it doesn't need to be, Karen can say, hey, this works for me, this works for you, we're good, here's the map. And that way, if there is a question, and we've done our due diligence as far as protecting it.
But once again, though.
That's in there, it's in paragraph 9.
Oh, it is in that? Okay.
It says that the layout of the event, including vendor parking locations, shall be reflected on a separate map, usually used by the parties.
Okay.
So,
Thank you. Jim?
Yeah, I was just going to mention that the contract, Karen's never responsible for managing the parking as well too. And that is good. How about the 3 words, images of nudity? Images of nudity.
well, images, I mean, that could be a fully clothed image, but really what you're concerned with is.
Did you just say nudity then?
I would just say,
Single word.
when I read that, I was like, well, that's an interesting definition.
Excuse me, thank you.
Let's see. Here's like just looking at a dictionary by Google. Pornography, printed or visual material containing the explicit description or display of sexual organs or activity intended to stimulate erotic rather than aesthetic or emotional feelings. Good luck.
Good luck. You know how objective you said that? Let's go.
Sometimes I say, I'm emotional.
Didn't that case make it all the way to the National Supreme Court? Of course.
Yes, Supreme Court.
So, are we good by just leaving nudity? Jim?
I don't know what you're trying to prohibit.
No, I don't.
Nudity is going with pornography. Yes, and one of the famous lines from the famous Supreme Court justice says, I can't define it, but I'll tell you what I see. When I see it, I'll let you know. I think it was obscenity they were dealing with.
That was the question.
But it's all the same time.
So was it something, that wording was not from you, that was not yours? Oh.
Pornography, no, that came later.
Oh,
So if the person we're contracting with is okay prohibiting new images, and that's not gonna, I mean, I don't know if that's being sold out there, that's not permitted, then I would put nudity. If there's anything that displays any form of nudity, that would probably be easier to enforce, and you wouldn't have to worry about the intent behind it. So that would be my recommendation, if you want to put that in there.
Be prepared for the backlash from our.
Oh, yeah, I was just about to say, I'm not against it because of the art's point of view. Because the body is
That's
beautiful.
only going to affect the ones that are selling books and the guy that sold the Playboy collection.
Yeah, that's true. If somebody comes here and sells a Playboy collection, yeah, that would.
How do you folks feel about that?
From the art side of it, I don't have a problem.
Me too.
Well, I'll go back to what Commissioner Connell said. Are we a solution trying to find a problem? Have we had a problem with what was being said? If we, as a
Okay.
stirring something up that we don't need to, by putting that in.
Excuse me, thank you.
So now if somebody comes out there and they, start selling whatever, you never want to, we can't do those.
That could be addressed on a one-on-one
Yeah,
basis.
we can address it in a month.
Commissioner, what would you
So,
say?
but just, my recommendation is if we want to put something in there, put nudity in, it's easier to enforce.
I think the only thing in this list that I've seen there is, knives. Roger, you sold there. Have you seen anything on this list other than knives there? HI 1, 2, 3, 4.
They have you guys showed up selling 9mm rounds, but we didn't sell any guns or nothing.
Yeah, I got the ammunition's not in there, so, again, and Commissioner Basso makes the point that one day Karen's not gonna be our contractor. Hopefully, not for a long time, she does a good job. But going forward, let's say next week, then we start all over again, so I think that's the reason why we're talking about an agreement, because it's living, it'll transfer to the next contract, so to speak. But again, that contractor is going to have to use common sense, sometimes we just forget that. I've never seen anything out there other than knives. I've never seen liquor, I've never seen pot. CBD, I don't know, that may be out there now, I don't know, I haven't done it for a month. I've never seen cigarettes, chewing tobacco, stuff like that out there. And I haven't seen pornography, well, I have seen a couple of nude posters, maybe a bumper sticker, topless trucker girl.
And you feel that.
Hey, that's fine. I look at the decision the same way the justice did, I know it, I see it.
There's this, the way that I'm seeing this in a way, there's a part that we can put this together to create something for the city, to have a policy, to a record on how to operate this. The only thing that I also, then we have laws, and how are we, kind of blending one with the other? And some of these things, that could be something that Karen herself says, hands out something on her phone. So we don't really need to include that into this, the way that I see it.
One thing I think is important is that, this is not something you don't have to do. Market and park is something you do. It's working, it's good. I've, stated for a while now, along with the mayor, is that I just wanted it right. Just, what's the relationship? Put it in writing. I don't want to change anything. I just want to put in writing what our relationship is. But if Karen leaves and we all of a sudden everything changes, you can stop it instantly. It's not something anybody has a right to do. You can end it instantaneously. So if all of a sudden we start getting a lot of stuff being sold and we don't know if we can regulate or how to regulate, it's like, well, forget it, we're not going to regulate it.
Good.
So it's not.
So do we need to include any of that then?
How about eliminating H? You want to eliminate H?
Well, yeah, I asked the question, I don't know, I mean, it's like you said, it's working well, and it's been working well, and you need to codify that working well relationship. And the guns and the knives, all those items are never been a problem. And if they are a problem, and we get, all of a sudden we start getting complaints from the public, or somebody brand new coming into it, then that's something this commission's going to have to address. City attorney makes an extremely valid point. We can stop it tomorrow if we got to that point, you know, and that means the contractor's not doing the job. I don't expect that to Karen. I know Karen's going to do the job. I know she's going to do well. She's going to respect the city. She's going to respect the market. She's going to respect the vendors. I'm pretty sure the vendors don't want to be around all that drama either. And so, and I think we're adding some drama here.
So we can move this and go into the public portion? Yes.
We also have the same person that manages multiple events for the city out there. She does the Easter egg hunt. She coordinates with the Fall Festival and plus the market in the park. She helps with some of the fireworks stuff, with the events and everything happening at the park with the fireworks and everything. I mean, she's a great manager. She understands all the needs and everything to make it work right. We have an opportunity, we can hire an events coordinator if she would be willing to take the job. And that would solve all of these problems and put it all underneath the events coordinator.
Thank you for that. Okay, so in my department report, let me just we can recap this and open it, the public forum portion of this agenda item. So just to see if we're all on the same page, we're eliminating H, and we're eliminating 3F. Am I correct, commissioners?
Yeah, and then for E, if we're headed
Is
that
gonna be a
way,
log?
I think the logbook idea that Roger came up with is something, and I have to agree with what Commissioner Bassett said, if there was an investigation of some sort. You recall this person selling, all you gotta do is you have their name and phone number, would you have a record of that?
What about also like number 6, where the vendor fee shall be following subject to change, because it's gone up to?
Yes.
Just add that word, subject to change.
Yeah, perfect. All right.
If you don't have anything else, commissioners, I'll open up the public forum. Yes, no, we're keeping that, we're doing your suggestion of a line. Okay, so Roger is saying, to amend E just for name, home phone, or cell. And how about home address optional if they want to do it?
If you were to delete the word application in the,
And just call it a log?
well, an application implies.
Oh, okay.
Shall be left from each vendor's name,
Yeah.
contact phone.
We'll be,
However, we collect it.
okay. I like that, just collect and, place it in the log.
I mean, I think what happens when you take something, and this happened with this, you have something that's been going on very well, nothing in writing, you start putting it into writing what's been going on, and then you start saying, well, what about this, and what about that, do we allow this, do we allow that? That's why these things start coming in here, well, I know they have been selling this, but we don't want them selling those out there. That's how you get this stuff in writing, because now all of a sudden, you're thinking about it in terms of, okay, what can they do? And we want to prohibit anything, something that is working well before, we haven't actually prohibited anything, but now we're putting it in writing, are there some things, and that's the dialogue Lee and I had, to come to this point, yeah, there's maybe certain things we don't want to sell out there. It's never been sold, let's just make sure we never do something out there, and that's how it evolved.
Okay, so just to recap again, we are keeping E, but taking the word application out, wording it to make sense. We are eliminating, 3E, and we're eliminating 3F. So removing the word application from 3E, we are eliminating 3F, we are eliminating 3H. We are adding the word subject to change to number 6.
And I was gonna put in there, but if something changed, but it'd be unilaterally by the city.
Unilateral by the city.
By the city.
Okay, you got that
Like,
here?
every 2 weeks, we get to start construction.
If there isn't anything else, we go to the public forum. Is that, Commissioner, you okay? Okay. First one up on this topic is Forrest Gallion.
Forrest Gallion, 261 Lake Road Drive. I looked up, it says on there that this would be a level 1 security check. Is that, that's out. Okay. Well, that was my main thing, but what I wanted to say was my wife and I have been here since '77, and we lived in North Carolina for 20-some years. And I made like 165 trips down here, no vacations, to keep the farm and keep it going. And so if you want to find me, I'll be over there in the dirt. But the market in the park, since I've been coming back and I've got the farm going, and it's a great way to meet people, to be involved with the city. I'm living here full time now, so it gives me a chance to get and meet people. And Roger Ecker has been fantastic, being at the park most every Saturday. And, he comes around and talks to everybody, and you can tell him your problems or your concerns with whatever's going on. And I think he's to be commended for that. And there's a lot of people that we're trying to promote Lake Ellen. We don't want to make it too hard for people to come here and be vendors. And because I get repeat customers from Orange City, DeLand, Orlando. I mean, people are starting to come. We want to promote Lake Ellen, get more vendors, not make it harder for them to be here. So that's pretty much it.
Thank you.
Welcome home.
Yeah, thanks.
Next one up is Alan Cook.
Alan Cook, 792 Oak Tree Lane. I just wanted to say thank you to our illustrious leader here, and this young lady right here is one that came up about the park, what's going on, and everything else. They take their time and went over to the fair on Wednesday and checked it out and talked to a gentleman that I've known for 30 years that runs it. And they came back with a situation where they asked him a question about what does he do as far as, and all they got was, we don't do nothing. We just rent them the booths and they do it. Now that's hundreds and hundreds of people. So I think that we could kind of go with that situation. Don't make it, like Jim said, don't make it more than it is and stuff. But I'm gonna tell you something. One thing I've learned about going to that market in the park for a while, and that is the best police force in this town for the market in the park is all those vendors out there. Because let me tell you something, they watch each other like a hawk. And if anything comes up or anything that shouldn't be there, you don't have to worry about it. You don't have to call that gentleman over there. These people here will tell you who's there and who isn't there. But I think that it should be left alone and keep going. I just want to let some of you people know that last year, Karen brought in $12,000 to this city to help us with our fireworks and everything else. So I think that we deserve over a big game.
Anna Blair, 643 South Summit. I'm probably gonna be the bad guy here. But I'm going to say this, because I have to. There was, before Volusia County turned over their Wednesday flea market to their independent 501c, they had a sexual predator that was hanging out by the bathrooms. So they gave the owners of that flea market an opportunity to either lease the space and take all responsibility, or they would want to handle it their way. that put Volusia County at odds. It also put Volusia County accountable for that child that got touched. So do we want to be in Lake Helen and have a child get touched? We already had a sexual predator in our town selling ice cream last year. There also is, you all had made your comments. Did anybody have comments from Commissioner Frasco? Was she able to send in any comments? Because we haven't heard from her. Also, I like to say, as a grandmother of a child that's been through it, when you get that fear, you can't let it go. You want to know who is in your city. Who are you buying from? Is this person trustworthy or not? It's a simple application. If you're afraid to do it, then there must be a problem. It's a name, a phone number, and an address. Just like Commissioner Basso said, if the FBI comes in here looking for you, or if you have a warrant for your arrest, it's as simple as Officer Mullins running your name. You get arrested. It's a name, address, phone number. It's a Google search to see if you're a sexual predator. Let's keep our city safe, and if anything, is this a city-run event, or is it a not city-run event? Is the city going to be accountable if somebody gets hurt, molested, mugged, falls, or is the vendors, or is the manager of the park? I would like to know if this is a city-run event with city employees, or is this a private-run event? As a citizen, I have a right to know. Thank you.
Can you get a copy of the contract?
Yes, I did.
Okay.
Thank you. Next one, Michael Watts.
Yeah, I'm Michael Fox, actually, I'm from Delta, I'm actually do the marketing the park. I've been doing it for 4 years. And actually, over a year ago, it actually is where it all started, where one commissioner decided, hey, basically we couldn't sell animals, we couldn't do this. I'm trying to figure out why this is the only market in the park or flea market where you can't sell eggs, you can't sell baked goods or anything like that. But you go to any other places and you can sell eggs, they can sell, cookies, cakes, and everything. Background check, I don't think it needs to be. I mean, I've been doing it for 4 years, but it seems like ever since last year, one commissioner decides to try to change it all. And I don't understand why, why it basically is happening. I mean, you go to the Wednesday market, they sell eggs, they sell cookies, they sell bread, they sell everything. They even sell actually goat's milk and all like that. Why can't we do it here in Lake Helen? So that's the question I'm asking. At first it was I couldn't sell my animals. I had, I went 3 months without selling any animals. And, it took I think, a little fight to get that started back, but that's the reason why I say it's kind of like give or take. There's some flea markets where you could sell, where you can sell whatever, you want to. And then there's some places where, like here, it's like a select things you gotta sell. So that's the reason why I'm just trying to, I'm just trying to put it out there where, I think we should be able to sell eggs and, actually, homemade products and stuff, as well as animals and all like that. So that's all I have.
Thank you. Okay, before we close that out, I did, the commission, I believe we all received an email from Kelly Frasca. There are some issues here that she has approved and denied and things like that, so I really feel uncomfortable reading her approvals and denials. So I'm going for each one of you to read it. And please make sure it's included into the minutes. I'll make a note here. Because that's how she would go.
Scott,
Okay.
I have a quick question. What was the history behind that? With the cottage food industry? Was a phone call made or something of that nature? It was precluded us now to be able to permit that?
I don't remember, honestly, I can't remember anything about food.
Yeah.
The only thing I remember, there was discussions about animals, selling our animals, but that's when we were going through our, the animal control orders.
So there, we couldn't, I don't recall anything officially being done by this commission.
I don't know anything that we sold officially.
I don't have to answer your question.
Thank you, Commissioner.
There was an anonymous complaint underneath someone where somebody can take and say something to protect themselves, if they see something.
A whistleblower?
Whistleblower thing. And so the person who made the complaint, you can't find out who it is. But somebody complained about things being sold at the market. Health department came in, did an inspection. There are some state guidelines and everything required in which you have to follow the FDA's requirement. They must be cleaned with a proper cleaning solution. They must be refrigerated, and you can only sell them on flats. You cannot sell them on a dozen, and you got to pay $110 annual fee to the state to be able to sell eggs.
You're speaking of that, so that's why you don't sell eggs there.
I don't sell them because I'm not going to wash them. They have their own self-protection. They're good for, a month, 6 weeks.
So it was an official response, it was an official response from the state regulatory agencies. Kind of put the the spotlight on it, so to speak. They were obligated to go ahead and say what they had to say, they had to legally required. Well, that's darn shame.
So, to move forward with this, do we have a motion?
Yeah, I'd like to go ahead and make a motion to approve the market partial agreement with the changes that we've discussed, specifically deleting item, or changing the words in item E to contractor shall collect from each vendor the vendor's name and contact phone. We will delete item F, where it mentions the level 1 records check. We will be deleting item H, where it goes into items to be restricted. We'll be adding the language under item 6, the vendor fee shall be the following, subject to change, unilateral, what was that?
Unilaterally by the city.
Unilaterally by the city. And Madam Mayor, I believe that was the changes in the agreement, correct me if I'm wrong. Anybody? Please. So, hearing no corrections, I'll make that motion.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Okay, to pass it, please. So there is a motion by Vice Mayor Connolly, second by Commissioner Basso. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? No one opposed, the motion passes with the corrections. Okay, new business. Resolution 2021-08, tentative millage. Oh, the maintenance plan? What did I miss that? Oh, there it is. Mr. City Administrator, the maintenance plan.
As you know, we've been working on the maintenance plan for several months, and did not feel we got ready for prime time until this evening. I've asked the Director of Administration, who is, as Sandy Mitchell said, a nice lady sitting in my left, to spearhead the project. She sat down with the Public Works Director and the Assistant Public Works Director, and she has come up with a question item after the maintenance plan. We certainly don't think it's exhaustive. It will be added to, perhaps even deleted from. We're currently working on maintenance agreements with our air conditioning people, so they will automatically be taking that portion of it. but it's meant to be able to, have you follow us monthly. We will give you a report, probably an exception report. In other words, we will tell you that we've made all the necessary inspections, and found nothing except potholes. Just so you don't have a 50-page, report. And so with that, let me just turn it over to Dominique for whatever she wants to say in addition to mine for both comments. Can't say anything at that.
So at this stage, it's still kind of, well, what Ricky and I were hoping to get through is, are we going in the right direction? What you want us to add, what you want us to take out? Where do we go from here?
You got a plan.
Yeah.
And it's a great place to start. And it's in an expandable format. So as we operate the plan, recognize where we need to increase, decrease, we could do that easily on the fly. I think it's a great start. I'm always.
And I offer one suggestion. I've dealt with a lot of people with allergic reactions to lost things, and we move the lost things from here to whenever they're doing a building inspection.
Absolutely.
Because they're gonna be looking at the building anyway, why not get rid of the lost while they're doing?
That's an excellent suggestion.
And how about, I see where you've mentioned in several places, and by the way, thank you very much. What a great story. Can't manage what you can't manage. So, you talk about no edge of needed, how about we just put landscape maintenance?
Yep.
Landscape maintenance, that'll cover it all. Right? And then, we need to maintain our tech. We're making a significant advancement in investment and advancements in our tech, our phone system, our voicemail systems, which I will be soon. Our sound systems in here, I mean, so I think we should put some tech in there, technology, as well too. Because every one of these, our parks obviously don't have tech unless, we have cameras, and we do. By the way, have you ever,
Well, we're still not in.
Hey, Jim,
yes, ma'am.
what was that? Did I miss that?
The cameras at the playground are still not working.
Oh.
And so I'm doing this. You know what this means in my world? What? So, that's another discussion, obviously, that's not the agenda item. So either way, tech. Thank you on this.
In a similar realm, I'd love to charge you guys with doing some things, it's kind of like a maintenance schedule for things that are not monthly or even annually, but maybe every 10 years. Because the ordinances, city charter, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. I mean, I think we're irresponsible if we don't look at those things, comp plan, et cetera, whatever. We write them down and they're in front of us. Okay,
Shall they come do? Yeah.
So that is a great idea.
So people, right, Commissioner? Well, that's a fair back. So we can now move into the new business, resolution 2021-08. If you could read the header, and I'll read the rest of the
Resolution number 2021-08 by title only for first reading. A resolution of the city of Lake Elm, Florida relating to the levy of a general municipal ad valorem tax for the 2021-2022 tax year, providing a rollback millage rate for general municipal purposes, establishing a proposed millage rate for general municipal purposes, establishing a public hearing, providing a notice to the Volusia County property appraiser, providing that.
Thank you. And for the record, I'll go ahead and read. Whereas the Volusia County Property Appraiser certified the 2021 taxable values for general municipal purposes to the City Commission of the City of Lake County on June 23rd, 2021. And whereas section 200.065, parentheses 2, parentheses B, Florida statutes requires the City Commission to advise the property appraiser of the city's prior year millage rate, its rollback millage rate, its proposed millage rate, and of the time, date, and place at which a public hearing will be held to consider the proposed millage rate and the tentative budget. And whereas the city commission has discussed the proposed tentative budget for the city in a city workshop for its further consideration in accordance with the controlling provisions of state law. Now, therefore be it resolved by the City Commission of the City of Lake Helen, Florida, that, number one, the prior year millage rate was 6.85 mils. Two, the proposed millage rate necessary to fund the tentative general fund budget for the city's 2021-22 fiscal year is 6.85 mils, which is 5.06% above the rollback millage rate of 6.52 mils. Number three, a public hearing will be held to consider the proposed millage rate and the tentative budget for the City of Lake Helen on September 9, 2021 at 7 p.m. in the City Commission chambers, Route 27, South Lake Drive, Lake Helen, Florida, with a second public hearing to follow that hearing. Number four, the city administrator is hereby authorized and directed to provide a copy of this resolution to the Volusia County Property Appraiser for use in preparing the notice of proposed property taxes as required by Section 200.069 Florida statutes, and to take any and all necessary administrative actions to implement the provisions of this resolution, including, but not limited to, execution of any Department of Revenue forms necessary to complete the certification. Number five, the prior actions of the City of Lake Helen related to the adoption of city tax rates and related budgetary actions and activities are hereby ratified and affirmed. Number six, this resolution shall take effect immediately upon its passage and adoption. This resolution will pass, well, I could read it, and adopted on this 8th day of July, AD 2021, the City Commission of the City of Lake Helen, Florida, at its regular meeting duly assembled, to be signed by the Mayor, Hayes Raceberg, City Administrator Lee Evans, and City Attorney Scott Simpson. Commissioners? Just for the record, for some other reason, Mr. Commissioner Basso's, one is different than mine. Oh, was that you went in, what about you?
I
Did
just
you
got
get one already?
I got 2021-08, that's all I got.
Well, both of them say that at the top.
So if you look
I
at,
got one.
One of them's got more information than the other.
did I read the correct?
You did, because it requested that you give all those pieces of information. Yeah.
Okay, would you like to make sure that you get a copy of this in your box?
I'm okay with that. I just want to see.
Yes.
The only change would be adding what percent,
Yes.
it was above rollback. On, two.
Okay, good.
Apparently, we shouldn't go on vacation. We don't go on vacation.
No, we don't like it, you're probably.
Okay, no worries.
Yes, no worries. It's funny you say that because I remember I was reviewing the agenda. I remember seeing the 5.0.
Oh, maybe it's not online.
I bet I saw it online. That's exactly what it is.
So I'm reading on a motion, if you're all okay.
Yeah.
I make a motion that we accept the resolution 2021-08.
I'll second that.
Does anybody in the community wish to speak on this?
I have a question.
Please state your name.
Oh. I can start there. Bernie, the date you read was September 19th or August 19th?
September 9th.
Because I have August 9th.
And that was one from the one online, did you print it?
It was on 3.
Yes.
That's the old one, this is the.
Yeah, okay, so.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anybody else? For that, we have a motion by Commissioner Eckert with a second by Vice Mayor Connell to accept resolution 2021-08 as read. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Aye, myself. I do not oppose, no one opposes, this motion passes. Okay, we're jumping now to quasi-judicial hearing for the certificate of appropriateness. So just for the record here, the Historic Preservation Board, at its regular meeting, used the criteria set forth by the City of Lake County Land Development Code to review the completed applications and submittals. All parties shall be given the opportunity to present their evidence, to document exhibits, testimony, and other means. All parties shall be given opportunity to rebut evidence through cross-examination and other means. The applicants will be responsible for the recording of the executed certificate of appropriateness with the Volusia County Clerk of Court. Commissioners, I'm just going to go through from suite. Do we have any ex parte?
No.
I might have on one of them, 176 North Euclid Avenue.
Oh, I think you got this first. You talk about all.
Yeah.
I spoke to Louis earlier at the meeting, so.
176, okay.
I received some communication on item K as well too.
I received communication on that, and I also attended the historic board meeting, reference these items. But I didn't speak. Okay, having said that, let's move forward. The first one is the certificate of appropriateness for the shed at the residence at 277 North Lakeview Drive. It's an addition, it's on the historic district. The applicant is Gary Barton. Is the applicant here? Okay, and it is recommended to be approved as submitted.
Motion approved.
I'll second it.
I have a question.
Me too.
Okay, do we need that area?
There is one, just pause for discussion.
Roger?
Yeah, it's claiming wanting a shed, but what I'm looking at, it looks like an addition to the side of the house. So is it a shed or is it an addition to the side of the house?
It's a more porch.
Strike the word shed.
Speak a little louder, I think.
Yeah, strike the word shed, it's an addition.
Okay, so strike the word shed.
Yeah, it's a little porch that they're closing in.
Ms. Faith, while you're right there. You good, Laura?
All right, I think we have something else.
No, that's all I wanted to know because it confused me when we said shed, where they were putting that. Looks like they're just enclosing part of the porch.
Yes.
These are your notes here, right? You say no, these are your words.
Right, notes, yes.
So you're going to defer to the HPB recommendation, which you want to make it clear to us that this is a request for an expectation. You mean?
Exception.
Exception. I read expectation, and I was able what that meant. So that's important though in this item. Can we get that changed to the record, that we can change that word to, an exception, to not an expectation? Thank you, that would add to, that's added to my understanding. All right.
Anybody wish to speak on this? If not, we have a motion by Master with a second by Everett to approve 277 North Lakeview Drive.
With the corrections.
With the corrections as noted, removal of shed and changing expectation to exception. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Anyone opposed? Motion passes. The next one up,
The fence is really cool.
we have here certificate of appropriateness for fence at the residence at 391 West Washington Avenue. Applicant Jill Swenson, Brayton. A note here with no changes to the 3-rail fence from the 2-rail fence, 5-foot height. They recommended approval.
Motion approved.
No, sir.
Anybody wish to speak on this? So we do have a motion by Commissioner Basso, with a second by Vice Mayor Connell to approve as presented the appropriateness for 391 West Washington Avenue. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Anyone object? Motion passes. The next one up is the certificate of appropriateness for another fence at the residence at 351 London Avenue. Applicant is Brian Mears, Sarah and Mears. And the historic board recommended the commission to approve as submitted the fence, waiving the requirement of the landscape pocket due to the opaqueness style of the fence and being a 5-acre lot with a preserved existing landscape buffer.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Anybody wish to speak on this? We have a motion by Commissioner Basso with a second by Commissioner Eckert to approve as presented. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Anyone opposed? No one opposed, the motion passes. Next one up. Certificate of appropriateness for a fence at the residence at 460 West Pennsylvania Avenue. The applicant is Michael Holzer. And no comments here. The historic board recommended to approve. As submitted.
This is a, go ahead and approve the certificate of appropriateness for the fence at the residence, 460 West Pennsylvania Avenue.
Anybody wish to speak on this? So there's a motion by Vice Mayor Connell with a second by Commissioner Eckert to approve as presented the 460 West Pennsylvania Avenue fence. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Anyone opposed? That motion passes. Next one up. Certificate of appropriateness for a fence at 375 West Washington Avenue. The applicant is James Tuttle. And there are no comments here. The preservation board recommended approval as presented.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Anybody wish to speak on this? Okay, we have a motion by Commissioner Basso with a second by Vice Mayor Connell to approve as submitted. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Anyone opposed?
Say a motion by Commissioner Preston.
No. Connell. Vice Mayor Connell.
I'll take it.
Next one up. Certificate of appropriateness for 320 West Main Street, re-roof. And the applicant is Hopkins Roofing for Maple Johnstone. There are no comments by the historic board and the recommendation.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Anyone wish to speak on this one? We have a motion by Commissioner Basso with a second by Commissioner Eckert to approve as submitted. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Motion
Set
passes.
that house right off, isn't it? Really is.
Next one up is certificate of appropriateness for screen at the residence at 121 North Summit Avenue. The applicant is Soda Screen, Dan Snyder, and let's see, motion to recommend to the city approval of the fourth screen at 121 North Summit. The applicant recommendation not to waive the application fee. Now, we do have the notice on this document that says approved. The screen was denied for the following reasons. The LDC did not give waiver request a note. And it says here that reason for not waiving review fee, LDC 5.04.4, architectural style and application, four-sided architecture using the same material on all four sides of the structure so that No matter what vantage point it is viewed from, the design is never interrupted, and all the parts are perceived as part of a unified whole. Yeah, that over here.
Is this a new house that's being built?
It's already been built, so that's good.
There we are. There's this,
the historic board said they approved the screen, which is what you're looking at right there, which is the rear of the house. The contractor, the Hopkins Roofing, at the very end, there's a note where they're asking you if they can waive the fee.
Contractor is Southern Street.
Yes.
I thought you said Hopkins.
Oh,
That was the last.
I know, but I think you said.
oh,
But I'm,
yeah,
it's late.
okay.
I agree, we're here too.
I know. So pardon if I can say wrong.
one of the reasons why I would be in favor of waiving the fee is because it's just been a small fortune for the permitting and everything on this house is brand new. And had this been part of the original construction drawings, okay, it would have been covered under the fees. So that's the only reason. If it was something new that was being done to the existing house, they'd be less.
This is a new owner.
I understand.
Okay, so it's not the contractor coming
This
back.
is a new owner of the residence.
Yes,
So this is the owner that purchased it from the very beginning.
yes.
Okay. Yeah, that's a distinction. So it's not a new owner, it's the first owner of this built residence.
Yes.
And so the contractor for the first owner is asking us to waive that fee for that street.
No, different contractor. This is a screening company.
So basically, this is, okay, let's check.
Not the screen contractor, is that one asking to waive, not the other.
It's the Southern
Southern
Screen
Screen
is
is
asking
asking
to
us to
waive.
waive the fee, not the owner.
not the owner.
But
I know it's strange, but I have to present it because they have.
I would have to agree with not waiving it only on the principle of what we went through during the workshop in trying to estimate to the historical view of the property. If they could come up with a screening thing that would make it look more like that style of house, I could see it, but looking at what they got there, that's like something I put on my house, and mine's outside of the historical district.
I'm a team player, I'll go with whatever y'all decide, I'm just saying, you know, I don't know what the permit fee is gonna be for to build that house, and I'm sure that the owner's gonna wind up paying $150 for the screen guy, he's the one who requested it, but I'm sure it's gonna go back to the owner. It's not that big a deal anymore.
It's the same with all of you put in a pool, you have a screen, you have a fee, you put in a fence. And we always try to get people that, if you're gonna do multiple things, please come once, that's one fee, but that doesn't really work that way.
This corner house is taking a while, it's been sitting there. Dominique, maybe you can keep adding to it.
Yeah, I don't care about my opinion, but this is kind of a fee for a service. They bring the application, you have to pay Ariel to go through it. You know, we have to pay her to make a report for you, so they receive the service. And I don't know what kind of door you're opening, you can start waiving it.
And normally, under those circumstances, I 100% agree with me. I'm just saying, I don't know how much they pay for permits and fees for this house to begin with, as a kind gesture from this city to the people that have probably spent $10,000 in fees already, that might be a nice thing to do.
But
That's all.
they, just for clarity, they bought the house built. They didn't build the house.
Someone else paid.
Okay, so the builder did all that, this house has been just sitting
They
there
didn't,
for sale.
they didn't want the house. So we have one permit.
And I'm sure all those fees associated with doing that house will pass on to the person who just bought it.
And this is the rear of the house too, so we got that.
Like I said,
The
I'm
front,
picking
the
a
rear of the house.
Thank you. You want to say something on this?
Yeah, I just want to state that during the meeting, we said that because staff does spend time and materials reviewing all these applications, that if each applicant and each item wanted to come up and ask to waive the fee, many of those homes in the woods are viewed and first owner buying them. So it kind of sets us up for it's hard to be consistent because if everyone who just bought a house on Wood wants to waive a fee for their fence or their pool or their stream, then, it's hard for us to stay consistent.
That's an excellent point.
That's why we determined not to do it.
I'd like to go ahead and make a motion to approve the stream with the fee included. In other words, my motion is not to waive the application fee and approve the stream.
And have them pay the fee. Yes. Okay. So he's making a motion.
I'll
to
second
approve. Okay. Anybody else wish to speak on this? Okay, so the motion is to approve as submitted the screen and to approve paying the fee that is in this application that goes with this. Motion by Vice Mayor Connell and second by Commissioner Basso. All in favor? Say aye. Aye. Anyone opposed? No one opposed, motion passes.
Good point, Ms. Wood.
The next one up is certificate of appropriateness for pool screen at the residence of 838 North Summit Avenue. The applicant is Nancy Tickenow. And approved as submitted by the historic board as the recommendation.
I love this house, I love this house for what
Sound like you're biased.
I agree with
Do we have a second?
I'll second this.
Anyone to speak on this? We have a motion by Commissioner Basso with a second by Vice Mayor Connell to approve as submitted the certificate of appropriateness for 838 North Summit Avenue. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Anyone opposed? Motion passes. Next one we have here is certificate of appropriateness for the new single-family residence at 491 Main Street, Lot 10, new SFR applicant on Moscow, Christina De Robertis, approved with conditions. And it says here, with the modification that the board and that would continue on 3 exterior walls of the mother-in-law suite to avoid a false front appearance at 1 Main Street.
Make a motion to approve with conditions.
Second.
Anybody wish to speak on this? We have a motion to approve certificate of appropriateness 191 West Main Street, Lot 10, with the conditions. By Commissioner Basso and second by Commissioner Arthur. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Anyone opposed? The motion passes. Next one up is certificate of appropriateness is a garage at the residence of 311 West Park Street. The applicant is Lynn King. And there's a recommendation here to deny for the following reasons per the LDC, and the code reference is provided, 1.04.14 accessory structures. 1. Accessory structures shall be designed and constructed so to be compatible with the architectural design of the principal building. Exterior finishes, overhangs, roof pitch, window styles, colors, and materials on accessory structures shall be similar to those used on the principal building. However, these provisions shall not apply to any structure that is
Agricultural.
agricultural.
It didn't apply.
Okay, got it.
But since this is part of the public record and all that, it would with all due respect be great either exclude the sentence or finish the sentence.
Okay, I will note that for future reference.
But actually, I think it needs to be done with this.
Okay.
So which is agricultural.
Well, there's probably,
On the code reference.
5.04.14.
Yeah, you
there's
know,
like several different, you know,
understand, per code, highlighting what you did, additional provisions do not apply under the same code. You can go ahead and put the code sub numbers, 04.15, 04.1,
oh, okay,
something like that.
that
That protects you and us. I'd like to go ahead and make a motion to deny for the following reasons for the LDC, code reference 5.04.14, detailing the design of accessory structures.
I'll support that, so.
Anybody else wish to speak on this? So we have a motion by Vice Mayor Connell, with a second by Commissioner Vasso to deny the certificate of appropriateness for 319 West Park Street. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Anyone opposed? No opposed, that motion passes. Only that The next one is the certificate of appropriateness for is a shed at the residence of 176 North Euclid Avenue, shed with the historic district, applicant is Louis Long. And the historic board recommended it to deny, and from code reference 5.04.14 accessory structures, the okay, as per that code. There is some other notes here. This shed does not comply with LDC requirements for the historic district as presented. Also, location on lot is not shown, and applicant already has 3 non-conforming sheds, and the carriage house has accessory structures on the lot. The shed and the applicant is already on site making that now 4 non-conforming sheds. See you tomorrow.
the applicant wishes to speak.
Hello, Bruce.
First of all, you're both applicants.
Okay, both applicants.
About the property, and I publicly would like to say how very, very much I appreciate my spouse for taking the lead, as she did tonight, and showed initiative to move over there, which I followed because we were freezing up here, and I felt like I was.
Mr. Long, could you speak to the microphone, please?
It was so cold under the fan and sitting there, and Karen took the, she led the way, and I followed it, and that's what I'm gonna do now. I'm gonna let her lead in this. Because
Okay, so Karen and Louis Long at 176 North Euclid Avenue. Of course, we did submit this to the board, Historic Preservation Board, and I apologize that we were not there at the board. The date came up to us, we were preparing for a family vacation, and unfortunately, we did not have the date of the board on our calendar, and we were surprised when we came to this last meeting when this podium was presented and accepted, and we realized that it had already been to the board and was denied. So I read your reasons, and when we, first of all, the shed no longer looks like that. We have now since painted it green to match the garage and what you call the carriage house, the barn, the same color. Chris Williams did take a picture of it from about the only street public right of way that you can see it, which is Harlan Avenue. And on that picture,
I don't know if you have it, but on that picture, of course, it stands out a bit because it's white at the time when he took the picture. But you'll see several structures. First of all, he pointed out our neighbor's pig pen. Then he pointed out our new shed. Then he pointed out our, well, pump house for the irrigation well that we put in when we replanted the road after the freeze of the 1880s. Then he pointed, then yes, we do have a garden shed that we put in the place of the original outhouse. And yes, we also have a shed that we have behind our barn, which is called the carriage house. But as I'm saying, it is being used for agricultural use, so in the code of 50414, it is used for agricultural purposes, and it is, since we painted it green, it is no longer clearly visible from the public right of way. No, it is not Queen Anne style, but it does match the style of the garage, which is about 70 years old or older. Older than 70. No, the garage, not the bar.
Early 20s.
Early 20s. I guess that's, and as I said, we do feel like it's hidden from view. So we do ask that you recommend it, the shed.
We gave nominations. You
They're
have-
looking at it.
Oh, you all have them.
Yeah,
You're
we're
not-
looking at
Yeah. That's what it looks like now. But it's looking, the only street you can see it all from is Harlan Avenue. And even then, we left an opening to get in and out. We could put a fence up or something. We could block the view, but we really don't want to, but we could. Shall we mention what we're thinking about this yet? Here?
Do you have any questions?
Oh, yeah, okay.
First of all, Dominique, I'm gonna give this to you, so it's in the record, so for the minutes.
Yeah, one of them showed, the original, because, I was part of that process of getting the historic district. And this shows how there's a little teeny block there behind the neighbors that was not included in that historic district originally, at least in the draft. Ours was, that one wasn't. But I think when Zach and Allison moved there, she was chair of the PWRC. We got it included. Of course, Karen and I wanted it included because you know how much we support the historic history and the historic district and everything else. But yeah, do you have any questions for us? And then we have maybe one more thing that might help.
I drove around the block till I could see better. And I started on Queen Face Euclid, or High Street, what the street is out.
Harlan and
Baker.
The house faces you.
Faces
Yeah.
So I
House
started on
faces
and
Euclid.
around Euclid, and turned left, and around the block, and then all around the block, and came back out. When I was coming back out, the street, was when I saw that 20-foot wide opening, that you could look in and see the structure that's in question. But that's the only place, in all of it, that you can see. I find myself in a unique position of being stuck between supporting the historical board, which does a great job.
Yes, I served on that board.
And 2 years, and for me in favor of a family and a homestead, is the very definition of historical. And probably your home, it would be hard to live at your home and all the apartment buildings and everything that's around it, and say that it doesn't look historic. It would be hard to say that, in my opinion. The fact that there is so little of it that you can actually see, because these things we're talking about are architectural components, which affects how people perceive our community. I'm of the ilk that if you want to pull a permit to put a fence and gate up where you can't see it at all, I wouldn't have any problem with leaving it there and seeing it. That's my opinion.
Anybody else? Commissioner?
I've been out there at this place many times, and it's on the backside near the Orange Grove. It's going to be used for agricultural purposes, so there's follows underneath the part that's not printed on the sign. Last sentence.
Mr. Chairman, can you give us some direction?
If what they're claiming, just to make sure it's clear, is that the restrictions for the accessory structures don't apply because it's for agricultural purposes, there's 4 things that have to be satisfied to fall under the agricultural purposes, and all things not 4, so all 4. 1, the property has to be classified as agricultural by Volusia County Property Appraiser in accordance with Florida Statute 193.461. And it has to be greater than 5 acres. And they have to maintain, the structure has to maintain a setback of at least 100 feet from any property line, and it's not clearly visible from any public right of way. It seems like we focused in on, we can't see it. Well, that's 1 of the 4 criteria. But they also have to meet the other 3 to fall under the exception that the agricultural structure or accessory structure used for agricultural purposes doesn't fall under the standard regulations. So I don't know if they meet those other 4 or other 3 criteria, just want to make sure you understand they gotta meet all 4 of those to fall under the exception of agricultural accessory structure for agricultural purposes.
I'm not sure if it meets
Mr.
the
Attorney, can I show you some of this? There was a document here.
I'm not sure if it meets the setbacks from his neighbor's property line, but it does from his house and all the other property lines.
It's 100 feet back from any property line that would be his property. I mean,
Even his neighbor's property is all wooded back there, so being able to identify it would be hard.
Well, while we're waiting, you got in the packet, way back when Oscar Ross was chair of the historic board, when they approved of our garage doors, and our garage, on siding, nothing, just flat doors. The barn doors, they had, pictures of Mr. Hostley put those, because in the barn, they were open stalls with horses. Later, we had boats in there, firewood and stuff like that. When I looked at that part about 100 feet, if we put it in the middle, we're 150 feet from any property line. If I put it in the middle down here instead of way back there. When we first proposed it, we were going to replace the little shed that Buddy Snowden made, which at the end of Magnolia Walk is where the first outhouse was. And then, and Karen and I talked about, well, we'll remove that. But then you're looking straight at the pump house. Which is, anyway, so, we could, in the end, it just seemed to suit better right back there, because over there, we have the nicest new neighbors you can imagine. The big fence is still there, but it was listed as one of our sheds. We have, if it's a matter of too many sheds, Karen and I discussed it, we could still remove a shed.
But I have a question for our attorney also. I read that, used for agricultural purposes on property that, and I did not read it as you have to meet all four. I read it as either of any of these. Do you know what was the intent when this was written?
Well, there's I, 2I, 3I, 4I. There's four things listed, and after 3I, it says and. So what that means is you gotta meet all four. If it was any of one of the four, it would say four. So, yeah, it's all four you have to meet, and you may meet them. I'm not saying you don't meet them. I don't know the facts. No, but you gotta, is your property, have an agricultural, classified as agricultural?
The back half, but where it's, the whole block is only 5 acres.
So the whole, the mayor showed me a picture,
Yeah.
and I know it
That's
looks
gonna
like
be
it's a
the-
square, and then there's a little notch out, comes down.
The back part is the grove, and then that woods between the grove and our housing area is what they call the conservation area on Schedule F of the,
So the question is, does your property run from, Summit to the whole block? If that's high end?
our property runs from Euclid all the way to High.
And is that, the whole parcel together, is that 5 acres?
Well, that would include the neighbor's house, because my grandmother sold the little house next door. And then that's when we replatted it.
No, I'm talking about what's your property.
And in answer to your question, the 5 acres is from Euclid to Harlan, Baker, and High. And in that 5 acres, there are 3, according to the property appraiser, 3 taxable parcels. Our grove, which is agricultural, and then our neighbor's house and our house. Our homestead. Our neighbor's homestead and our homestead and our grove are 3 taxable parcels in those 3, in that 5 acre area.
But which part, like, those, yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I just want to, before we get too far in the weeds here, just let me introduce something here just for you guys. Now, Mr. and Mrs. Long, you guys have been the fabric of this community forever. You've both been served on public boards, and Mr. Long, you've been a city commissioner, you've been appealed to our city board. So you understand the quandary that we are up in here, and that try to be as non-biased as we can. We just denied this garage for the very same reasons in which HPB is denying yours. Now, had Mrs. King been here in the audience and protested it, I would ask her the same question I'm getting ready to ask you. What are you willing to do to make this shed look like Queen Anne? I would ask Ms. King the same thing. What are you willing to do to make your shed, your garage, look like your house? Because we have to apply the ordinance the same way equally to that of the individual.
Okay, can I come back?
That's my
Preservation
compromise.
Board.
That's my offer of compromise to you folks.
Ask them what would, may I ask it?
I think you can go back to the HPV. I wouldn't want to entertain their opinion right now.
Okay, well, there's
I
always the other.
would want you to follow through on process to respect the way they operate. We just talked about process in the workshop earlier today. And I want to be able to maintain that process. I want to be able to apply the same thing that we apply across the board to you folks, the same way we apply to everybody else. And I think there's a compromise here. I think there is. There would be a compromise with Mrs. King's garage too, if she would have been willing. This is the one we just denied a moment ago before you came on board. The garage can look completely different from the house. The shed looks completely different from the carriage house and from the house. I'm not an expert at this, but if you were to take your carriage door design here and put it on the door here to your shed, you're changing the color you said already. That may trigger an acceptance of HPV as well too.
Well, Jim, thank you. We intentionally started painting all those buildings black cars, which is very, very dark green to blend in.
Yes, sir.
Out there. It's a storage place, so that's why I don't want, now down when we were there, I was on the board and we approved Jeremy Williamson's, and I put a picture in there behind where Betty Doherty used to live. It's yellow, metal roof. I think we asked them to put the two X's up top and down underneath, in front of the door and a window. But this building is secure for storage. Like, and if we have a hurricane, we don't have to worry about going out and boarding it up, covering up the window, and that sort of thing. Now, the gentleman is a retired art teacher at Land High School. He's been helping me. He's been painting them, and he said yes, he could decorate the doors a bit, the one part of it, do something nice on that, and so we talked on what we.
So I suppose, okay, so what it is, proposed is that, we come up with the design, possibly, as Louis mentioned, the Historic Preservation Board, a couple years ago, did approve Jeremy Wilson's, shed, and that house is also a Queen Anne house. So we could draw up the design for our shed that, is similar to his shed, and bring it forth to the Historic Preservation Board.
I'm so thankful that you appreciate my opinion, because we can't say no to one and say yes to another, even though it's the laws. You know how much respect I have for you guys. And so, yeah, and you may find a favorable HPV at that time, and if that's a favorable there, you know you're gonna find favor here. That's just my suggestion.
One of the biggest problems that I see with trying to bring that shed into compliance is trying to find the materials, because what they're saying is the finish, the exterior finish and everything don't match the house.
No, I'm not.
You're saying it's a different style of finish than what people use nowadays, and it's gonna be very hard and difficult to find. But I think if you're able to take care of the trim work and everything and possibly bring it to where it looks similar to the house and the carriage house and stuff like that, I think that might end up bringing it to the carriage house the same way, right?
You guys are leaving the carriage house the same way. You're not doing anything with the doors in the carriage house.
Jim, again, those doors were not original.
They don't, but it's still part of the fabric of your residence.
We got, Mr. Hostler got them, and it definitely.
We're not doing anything to the barn.
But it definitely, does give it a more historic flavor. That was our motive for
I
doing
think
it.
that's why I did it too personally.
I have a question.
Yes, ma'am.
Well, it's for the commissioners. My question is, reading what the historic board gave us here, what is to say that someone's going to say, well, they have 4 non-conforming sheds. This is approved, but not 3. They'll have 4 sheds, one that's approved.
Well, we
We
are considering, moving that shed that's right behind the barn, which is called the carriage house, out to the grove.
Yes, that's.
It's for the commissioners.
I just have one question. You do understand they really have no choice but to turn this down, right?
Fine.
The historic board, they really didn't have a choice.
Well, I think it's also, we should have been there, but it did not get on the calendar.
And there were times, I'm gonna be a little defensive, there were times when I was sitting on that board, if the applicant wasn't there, we tabled it because we wanted the applicant there, and I just didn't.
And then I understand all that, and I'm trying to help, trust me, I'm trying to help, but it makes perfectly good sense to me that they really had no choice. Now, we have a choice. We can listen to their recommendation and open ourselves up to, or we can say, what's special about this particular situation that we can make an exception?
And I appreciate the position you're in. What we got invested in it, I thought it was like providential, because Drew White House is doing the sidewalks on Euclid Avenue, and said, could you please come over and pour a foundation so the termites don't get it? So, we paid a considerable amount of money, and he did this beautiful cement foundation for it.
One of my next question is to someone representing the historic board. Is there room for compromise here? Is there middle ground?
He came to speak, so.
That's okay, we do have a speaker card on this. Can you come up and speak, Mark?
Didn't see that much coming.
It's not on your talent card.
I think I've been set up here, but. Certainly there's room for compromise. Part of the problem, again, was the applicant wasn't there. We had very little information and we didn't, we voted on what was in that picture. And there was no dialogue because they weren't there. And so, as you said, Mr. Basso, we had to turn it down for, it is in the historic district. And, to the historic board, the historic district gets the most examination, if you will. And we're trying to be reasonable about the standards to preserve the historic district. Certainly the fact of visibility is a real factor that, to me, could justify some looseness with the thing. So I think we'd entertain, they've already painted it, which really helps tremendously, because the whole idea is to have it be complementary to the main structure. So a couple of things with trim, as Mr. Eckert pointed out, they could probably work it out with, sure. I think the board, we don't like the spot we were in with it. The Longs have been long-term residents and certainly historically oriented, so we're just trying to do our job.
What I'd like to do, and I don't think the rest of the board would like, is we can throw it back into y'all's court again, and you guys can get together and figure out a solution and bring it back to us. I'd love to do it.
Yeah, I see, okay.
I didn't say it quick as you.
We have another speaker on.
We are talking about moving that shed behind the barn, even though it's been terminated and got out. So that's one less shed.
I think if you sit down with the historic.
Yeah,
Work
okay.
out the details, I think we can get this taken care of.
Believe you me, we appreciate each one of you and this box.
And we appreciate what your family's done for this.
Thank you so much. Okay.
I make a motion to deny.
I had the pleasure of visiting the gentleman and his wife this afternoon at their place, and I went over it, looked at it. Chris took the pictures, and it shows the neighbor's shed in the back, which has nothing to do with them at all. It's a neighbor's pigtail. He's got that in there. Another thing is, the pump house is not a shed, it's just a little pump house that covered a pump. So he actually, with the new shed, okay, he only has 3 sheds total, not 5 or anything like that. And I think the difference is, I think Rick, we got the idea, actually the whole board has the idea. I think they're willing, because I talked to them about if it was a problem of too many sheds, okay, I talked them into maybe moving that shed that's behind the barn into the agricultural area.
Put it inside the barn, you can see.
There you go. You got it, Rick. But I think, Jim, you got a darn good, and Rick took both. And that is, I think they're willing to work with them and put some fancy boards on it and stuff like that. But not to go really ape on the whole thing. Put windows, they don't want windows because they don't want security problems.
Yeah, I don't think.
So if you're willing, yeah, but I'm saying, if you're willing to work with them and stuff, I think they can make this happen. Thank you very much.
And by the way, too, Mr. Long, you notice the lectern has the plaque on it. The lectern here. Yeah, it's been now eaten, so that's the plaque we awarded you last month. Right. Yeah, I was just waiting until, all right, I want to let you know. Thank you.
Do you mind if I say something briefly?
What do we need?
Do you mind if I say something briefly?
Please do.
Aside from the historic thing, I just want to make sure we're all on the same page. You'll have to get the shed permitted. So you'll have to get an engineer to certify it. I just don't want you to go through all this work. It's a permitting and have another issue. So you're gonna do the survey, and the engineer, just keep that in the back of your head.
Yeah, the survey.
Okay. I'll follow up on this. Thank you.
And unfortunately, he's built a concrete foundation without engineering. And how is it?
Without a permit.
So he's created a problem for himself. That's actually what I mean, I just want him to understand that he shouldn't be doing any work on it until he gets that permit. It shouldn't even be there. In fact, the city administrator told him, you're putting it on your site at your own risk. So now we have, there's multiple issues besides this that have to be addressed, so.
I think I put in the letter, we were in a real bind. I never even planned, we didn't plan this, we were in a bind, and this shed was, no pans, all screws, and our friend needed to move it off his property because he's moving to California. So I thought, yeah, this will work, because it's a place now to store things, so I can get things out of the barn and the attic and so on. And so, and when I talked to Lee, he seemed sympathetic about going ahead and moving it, before we came. He seemed sympathetic about it, and my impression was that he felt that we would work it out. And so that's why we went ahead and did that. And Drew was there with concrete, and we will work it out.
That was a big
So-
part, that was a big part. Drew was out front, doing sidewalks for the town. Just a quick thing.
Thank you. So at this moment, what I want to do, yes. I want to just confirm what we're doing with this. We're just kicking it back to the original vote on it, or we're going to make a motion
No,
on
make
this?
a motion to deny for,
Okay.
LLC's
Only,
Okay, do we have a second on this?
my only question.
Are we still, is someone still speaking here?
I was.
Oh, you, go ahead.
My only question is to deny it. I don't want them to have to restart the whole permitting process again, or anything.
That's what you're saying, we never did it.
Well, I mean, the historic, I know they didn't get a permit, but they did have an application, I assume they paid an application fee. If it gets denied, does that mean they have to start over again, or are we just sending the same application back to them for a modified?
That's what I understood.
So I don't know.
So what do you recommend?
Either no action
Or shall
what's that?
Or just postpone it till next month? Or
No, I would either take no action, and let them take it back, or a motion to send it back for this to be amended and reviewed again by the historic board.
That was my intent, so now.
Okay, that's your
Make a motion to send this back to the historic board for review.
And then
Further review.
And
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So we have.
sorry to be the chatter in the background.
We have a motion by Commissioner Basso with a second by Commissioner Ecker to send this back to the historic board for review and amendment. All in favor, say aye. Aye.
Thank you.
Anyone opposed? Okay, that motion passed. Okay, so I'm gonna probably need some help here. So I see that we have a variance here. And I didn't know, could you give us a background on this variance, please? 192 North High Street.
So 192 North High Street is a legal non-conforming lot. It's a little bit smaller than we require for our code. So they put a new house on it, and now they want to put a pool in the back, and they're about 3 feet too short. So the Planning and Land Development Review Commission voted to approve their variance for 3 feet into the setback.
Okay, it was, approved?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Small pool. Actually, fun pools. Quite nice. Jump in, keep the wall, get back out, find what it means.
Ladder pools, very good. So,
Is the applicant here? Is that else? Okay, now go ahead.
Mr. Hammond, representing PLDRC tonight, are you?
I reckon I am.
Yeah, would you mind come up for a minute, please? You guys have a lot of discussion here.
We did have a lot of discussion. You're talking about on the southern.
On the, 192 North High Street.
Oh, yes, we did have a lot of discussion. Yes. It was approved.
Awesome.
Yes.
It is a small, lot, but you guys feel good about it, it sounds like?
Yeah, and there was, nothing behind it to interfere with it.
That's the only question I have, Commissioner Hammond.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
What was on the other side of the property line?
What is on the other side of the property line, that's what Commissioner Basso wants to know?
Currently, nothing, it's a neighbor's property, just a backyard.
Is it the back side of the residence? Yes.
Yes, it is.
Survey from.
I do know, and this is just a piece of information I know about, and I don't know if we do in this, in our city or not, but, the setbacks at the county, specified in that setbacks are 10 feet. But we can do as close as 8 feet on one side, as long as the other side is at least 12. So, and it's just a piece of information.
There will be a fence back there too.
Is there someone that knows about this? That wants to speak? Oh, yeah, oh, okay, I'm sorry, it's sounding like a weird echo here, but where's it coming from?
That was city engineer.
It's pretty simple, they're just looking for 3 foot more so they can build a pool. Foot comes out.
Okay, commissioners.
Yeah, and what I'm saying is, if it was similar to the way the county operated, we would be down to 1 foot. And I would tend to be in favor. The only thing that I'm concerned about is the neighbor that's behind it. Are they okay with it? The property, in other words, the property line that it butts.
I'm sorry, Joe, can you please come up, we have a couple more questions, and I'm sure you may have asked that same question. So Commissioner Basso wanted to know, what was the feedback about the neighbors around?
There was no feedback from any neighbor regarding this issue.
And they were brought up to speed with what wants to happen. And
You're okay?
We did not go out to them and ask them any questions. It's on the agenda. They should be there if they're interested. It's a tremendous forest back there. You can't see anything back there. And so the applicant said they would put a fence back there right on the lawn. Just the sidewalk. And,
Is the fence a condition of the variance?
no. But they said they were going to do it, and they showed the fences on the other side that are already there. There's no condition.
So you're okay approving the variance if the fence doesn't go in?
Yeah, basically.
Is that a vacant lot back there, like someone purchased that, or is?
I think it is a vacant lot. It's a woods. You
Right.
can't see through it.
Someday somebody could build on there, right?
Yes.
Okay.
I would have a tendency to approve it is the person's property was on the opposite side of that line, sidewalk.
I'll go ahead and make a motion, to go ahead and recommend that the city commission approve the setback variance when the North High Street is submitted.
You have a second for that?
Now, second.
Anybody else wishes to comment on this? So there's a motion by Vice Mayor Connell and a second by Commissioner Eckert to approve. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
No.
No.
Yeah, 2 noes and 2 ayes.
You said okay.
I really do think that there should be some attempt made to talk to the property owner that's behind this and make sure that they're okay with it. And I don't think that's, I mean, we're talking one person.
The word in the past year.
And at least have an opportunity to notify them that, hey, the property
Yeah.
experience this is what it's going to be. Do you have any problem? Yes, no, no. I just think it's the right thing to do. I don't have a problem with it, I really don't. I just think it's a problem. On the other side, that they should be notified.
What are we doing, Mr. Chairman? Two yeses, 2 noes?
The motion dies, the motion fails, lack of a majority. So an action of doing nothing, remains back to the state.
Okay, so Scott, I guess next month we'll have an extra commissioner. Okay, so the motion dies for lack of a full vote. Okay, did you want to speak on this? Would you like to come up? That's
I went over to the property, measured it, I'm sorry, Alan Cook, 702 Oak Tree Lane. I went over and measured the property because my first question was, it's a brand new house, they're not even finished with it yet. My question was, how far did they come off the front line? Couldn't they have put the house more forward so they could get the pool in there? No, their line in the house is perfect where it's supposed to be. I measured it and all, you can't do anything else but.
But if we were given, if we were given an opportunity to say, okay, we would like variance to be able to fit this pool in here, can we move the house 3 feet forward? Okay? That would given us 2 options rather than just one. We only have
Yeah,
one.
but you can't move the house, it's already built, but it is,
No.
but Rick, it's legal in the front, you can't move.
Can't move it now, it's built.
No, but I'm just saying you can't because it's on the mark where it should be. The front of the house, I measured and it should be right where it is legally, to do that.
Well, thank you, Cookie.
And I walked the property behind it and everything else, went over there to the house to the right, banged on the door and stuff to see if I could talk to him and stuff. Other neighbor next to it said, Cookie, I really don't see any big problem with this because I think they got like darn close to 200 some feet from the back to the back lot and everything else. He didn't seem to see if there was any problem with it. So that's all I did.
In the big picture, I agree with you.
Yeah.
When the guy behind it owns the lot and wants to do the same thing, well, he got to do it. How come I don't get to do it?
That guy's got about 300 some feet.
And I don't see any reason why he would need to do that. Maybe
I
he can sell it.
understand.
I don't know. All I'm saying is, I think he should be notified, and I don't know, was this publicized that, version of the newspaper or whatever?
It was on the property for a month and put in the paper 2 times.
Okay. So we've done everything on the side that we needed to. Is that what you're saying?
Okay, go ahead.
We did?
Yes, we did. It was 2 noes, 2 yeses. It died. Okay.
I'd like to revisit it.
They met the requirements of advertising, then it was properly advertised. I was trying to look at it, I don't know if we require direct mailing in our code, but I think it's just posting and advertising will require direct mailing. I understand the desire to have the input from the neighboring properties and the impact on them. But our code set outlines criteria that you're supposed to look at. So some of it you might interpret to include the opinion of neighbors, but nothing comes out and says, well, we gotta make sure your neighbors are happy before we move the variance. That's not a review criteria, because the current neighbor may be happy if someone moves in later than not happy, or vice versa. So there is review criteria, and variances are really intended to, because it's a deviation from our rules. That's what a variance is. We have rules, but for some reason, applying the rules to you under these circumstances isn't fair and equitable. And you didn't create this situation. That's one of the most important things. You didn't do something that created this hardship for you. And it's usually something unique with the property. There's something unique about this property that if we apply our rules to you, it's going to have an adverse or greater impact on you than ever most people in the community because you have something unique here that's different than what everybody else has. And if we don't allow you to do it, you're not gonna be able to enjoy your property like other people in the area because of your unique situation with your property. And that's like the first one is like special conditions or circumstances exist, which are peculiar to the land, structure, or building involved, and which are not applicable to other land, structures, and buildings in the same zoning district, such as on-site conditions may include not only topography, preservation of vegetation, access, vehicle, pedestrian safety, preservation of scenic views. It can also really be the size of the lot. For some reason, you have a unique lot. And I think I heard the word non-conforming lot. Well, that may qualify because somebody today couldn't build that lot. To build a lot today, it has to be conforming. This is a non-conforming lot that was created a long time ago. That might create uniqueness to satisfy that requirement. The special conditions, circumstances do not result from the actions of the applicant. So we gotta make sure the applicant didn't create the situation, because I don't think they did. The granting of the variance requested will not confer on the applicant any special privilege that is denied by the article to other lands, buildings, or structures in the same zoning district. So we're not giving them something with the variance that no one else gets. We're not giving them something special or unique. The literal interpretation of the provisions is to provide the applicant of the rights commonly enjoyed by other properties in the same zoning district under the terms of the article and would create undue hardship on the applicant. So I said, there's something unique that if we apply the rules as written to you, you're not going to be able to use your property the way other people in the same zoning district can. That the variance granted is the minimum variance that will make it possible the reasonable use of the land, building, or structure. The granted variance will be in harmony with the general intent and purposes of code of the comprehensive plan, will not be injurious to neighborhood or otherwise detrimental to public welfare. That's the one where I said you might be able to infer what do the neighbors think. That kind of brings in how's this going to fit within the public and what are our purposes, and it's not going to be detrimental to the area to grant this. And I think that's where you can kind of say, yeah, the public comment is important or related to that provision. The granting of the variance will not be detrimental to the property or improvements in the area in which the property is located. Another one you might be able to infer about public comment into. And that's your criteria. That's what our code says you look at to grant the variance. Then come out and specifically say, well, your neighbor's got to be happy. Their neighbors have to come and say, this is out of character with what our intent, our comprehensive plan, out of character with the purpose and intent of the community. It's going to be harmful to the community if you allow them to do this. That's kind of what you're looking for. So those are your review criteria. With the vote you have now, 2-2, a tie, does it pass? So what
If I
are
understand it again, and I.
well, that's, what we would do is we would re-advertise it and bring it back next meeting for reconsideration.
It can be put on.
Okay.
That's what we'll have.
So in this particular case, that would, in my opinion, I think it's that non-conforming lot.
I just, I haven't looked at it, analyzed it. This is actually y'all's call, and I'm not saying the decision is right or wrong. I'm not saying that. I just want to make sure you understand what the review criteria you should be looking at when you evaluate a variance. We don't do a lot of those.
Right.
So I'm good with it. And so it will come back to you at the next meeting, or if somebody wants to make a motion, you make a motion now again, that's up to you. But as it sits right now, it'll come back at the next meeting, we'll re-advertise, we could advertise again, it'll come back in August.
So I can't make a motion to revisit this?
Yes, you can. You can if you want to.
Okay. I'll make a motion to revisit this item again.
Okay, let's, make a motion. Do we have a second on that?
Yeah, I said.
Okay.
I think quickly that's it.
Please.
The reason we made the decision, okay, nothing to do with the property, it's the difference of having that swimming pool. To get the pool in there in the back, all we needed was 3 more feet. We're not moving any of the property or anything, all we're doing, instead of having 10 feet, we're gonna move it to 7 feet. That's all there is to it, it's not a big project like Scott says. It's just moving the pole 3 feet and that's it. And they're okay.
Okay, so we're revisiting consent. We've already discussed this. We've got some background from our city attorney.
I don't remember
Do you have any?
size of project, but it's.
Based on my new enlightenment, motion to approve
Variance.
the variance for raising the water.
Okay, do we have a second? Okay, we have a motion to approve the variance at 119 North High Street. By Commissioner Basso and second by Commissioner Eckert. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Anyone opposed? Motion passes. Thank you, Mr. Attorney, for that.
Sorry,
I
Okay.
wasn't trying to sway your vote, just trying to lay out facts.
I don't know, I don't have paperwork for the next item that's up here, so maybe our city administrator can help me. It says here variance West Main Street at the Planning and Land Development Regulation Commission meeting on July 28, 2021.
I didn't, you
Oh, at the Planning and Land Development Regulation Commission meeting.
This particular variance, this is the city attorney, this particular variance is an unusual one. Matter of fact, in our code, it talks about variances applying to quantitative issues within a lot. Setbacks, heights, square footage. And this particular variance is before you, does not have a quantitative issue, it has a layout issue. Now, the city attorney did tell me that, you could interpret that to mean degrees of compass, one direction versus another. So it does appear on your agenda with some qualifications as to why it's there, but it is there, and the Planning and Land Development Regulation Commission did recommend it be denied. And the issue is residents in the neighborhood, well, a couple of issues really. If they're here to speak to them, they could do it better than me. But basically, this is a request to reorient a home away from the direction that it should be oriented to, which is Main Street, and reorient it to High Street. And the issues that we heard of the Planning and Land Development Regulation Commission had to do with pedestrian safety, vehicular safety. We and the staff did propose a solution to that, which didn't have the entrance to the home, vehicular entrance coming off of High Street, which still would orient the house to the Main Street entrance, and but that is not what the applicant asked for. So they did go before the commission, and we were turned down. Now you have a recommendation to deny the variance having to do with reorientation of a home. It is not a typical variance, as they indicated, it is typically setbacks, heights, things like you just dealt with the swimming pool. This is actually the houses by our ordinance dictated to face Main Street. The developer wants to put it towards High Street. And it's not like I'm making a case for the applicant, so I'll leave you with that.
Can I have a little bit there too, just to.
Yes.
The administrator said they did, everything I read to you before is the review criteria for variance. You got one additional layer here to this one is our code says, they can request a variance from the quantitative terms of the zoning regulations. And so the additional thing you have to do is interpret what does quantitative term mean. That term is not defined in our code. I Googled it, like I did pornography. And so quantitative means relating to, measuring, or measured by the quantity of something rather than its quality. I don't know if that helps or hurts, but that's the definition I looked at. I will say that's a unique provision in variances. I don't think I've ever seen that before. I'm not saying that it doesn't exist somewhere else, that I don't recall ever reading that before. Typically, and your code does say this, you cannot get variances for uses. You can't get a variance to allow, to engage in a use that's not permitted otherwise by the code. But typically, other provisions from the code, you are able to deviate from through a variance, just not use. And so this is the first time I've seen the word quantitative in a variance restriction. So, and the administrator is correct. Typically, a variance is your setback, just like the one you just, it was a setback variance, it's a distance issue. From either side yard, rear yard, front yard, could be a height issue, could be the height of the fence, could, but typically those are quantitative type measurements. And the reorientation of the house to a different direction is unique. When Lee and I were talking about it, I said, well, I guess you could, degrees of angle could be numerical. And, trying to come up with some way that one could look at it. It may be something that through your discussion, you may want to recommend to staff that we come back and we delete the word quantitative from our definition of variance. It seems unique to me that the intent of the variance is typically that, but here you have a unique request that doesn't fall strictly under what we traditionally view as quantitative, or what traditionally is a variance.
We have, would you like to listen from the applicant?
I just got a couple of comments about the location. I think they're a little bit erroneous on their comments that they made because their neighbor's house, I believe, the entrance is on the corner of the house facing Garden and High Street, and there's no sidewalk connecting the house to High Street. The driveway, walkway goes from the entryway to the driveway, which goes out to Garden Street. So to me, the house is actually facing Garden Street, not High Street. Because there's nothing.
Have you seen renderings of this? Have you seen renderings that lead you to that opinion? Have you seen, we have no information here, so.
I drive up and down the street all the time.
Yeah, so, but there's no renderings that you've seen or anything of that nature to support.
No, it's just remembering when they were constructing it, where they put the sidewalks and where they put the driveways. I don't know which direction the legal postal address is for the house yet. But just the way the house was oriented on that corner lot next to what they're calling their neighbor, because this is the only neighbor house except for the one across the street, which is a large lot because they did that on purpose to allow them to get a buffer between Main Street and the house.
So what's the intent?
They want the front of the house facing High Street instead of Main Street.
For what reason? That's where
I'm an applicant, I didn't know come to the agenda when it gets tonight, so if I can answer questions, that's.
the guidelines that we're using with the terms, the house replace Main Street, what was the intent behind it?
It's a corner lot on the corner of High Main Street, and the, new owners asked, which many people who are interested in the house asked, for privacy reasons, could their home face High instead of Main? And just to do my due diligence, for them to be my client, I said, I can apply for a variance, we can see what we can do. So their goal was several things. They wanted the privacy of entering their home, the way the home is designed. It's got a detached garage, it also has a porte-cochere in the front, porte-cochere. So they wanted to be able to enter their home from High Street. They also wanted to have a significant landscape buffer facing Main Street for sound barrier, for privacy. We wanted to also highlight at that meeting that that corner lot is on a block that has two vacant lots behind it. They actually want to purchase the second interior lot as well to give them 2/3 of an acre lot. There's a vacant lot behind it, and then there's a park. It's also a unique lot because it's directly across from a school. There's a vacant, Lake Church, Lake School. They've expanded, and then there's the vacant land, which maybe one day they'll add. I don't know if they can or not, or if they ever plan to. So
we came to that meeting asking if the front door could face high, so I believe that's what determines what the front of the house is. So I think the house next to it, the front door also faces high. The garage door does face garden. So that was what they had asked, and they thought that that might be advantageous for Lake Helen because when you come into the main corridor, you do have these larger houses on 3/4 acre lots. They can step way back. Our lot is not that large. So they thought that that nice big landscape buffer, keeping a lot of those trees and that vegetation as you get towards Asa Gray Park and then towards the churches, that would, you know, be a bonus. But that's why they applied for it.
And so we're talking about aesthetic components is the reason why we want to face.
Use,
Main Street.
use, privacy, sound, but, yeah.
So is there anything in the design criteria that can be done, maintaining the entrance where you would like to have it, but doing something in the design criteria to the other side of the house to make it look like what the ordinances are trying to do?
We discussed that, we met after the meeting, and it was denied. They're gonna go ahead and turn the house so it does face main. They are gonna have a driveway coming out high, which they will probably primarily use. So they're really flexible in that way. It does not allow them to really put a pool in the back. So now we're going to have to put kind of a side pool in. So that, you know, was a little bit of a downfall for them. It also, you know, they're not going to be able to do that same large landscape buffer facing Maine, but that was our solution.
I get it. I'm reticent to provide a variance on such a large decision. I'm worried that that's a precedent. And I was looking at our map here, and that house is about, I don't know, I'm guessing about 1,000, 1,200 feet down from GED, where the setbacks are going to change. If we ever have any commercial activity, and then it's going to be a landscape buffer and all of that. So I get what they're headed to with that, but I'm reticent about agreeing to a variance of such a large variance.
Commissioners, I did attend that historic board meeting that day, and I just want to disclose that I did hear the conversation on this. They did have, they had images, so it's really, really good to see them. And the only thing that I could say that there was a speaker that came up, a neighbor who spoke against it, pretty much first saying that he moved into the woods of Lake Helen because of all these codes that we have, and that right now, I don't remember exactly, he said something about privacy and this would create less privacy because he's also, these lots that they have on Main Street, they're just for the lawn, they buffer off on Main Street. But, this lot has a Main Street address, correct? Is that, it has a Main Street address, right? The lot has a Main Street address.
Not right now because it's not separated.
Should. The picture behind you there is, as they would wish the home to be situated facing high.
So that would be facing Main Street.
But there's over 50 feet of a setback, and they would try to keep as much of the trees and vegetation as possible, so that would be behind. And granted, I'm, you know, for the record, we're not any longer applying for this, so it's not something, you know.
What does the front of the house look like?
It would be nice if there was a plot plan that showed.
I think I have one, she still has her presentation, they have an overview, and,
Is there a front facade like with the front door so we could look at it and see what that would look like on Main Street? Oh, look, beautiful.
Mayor?
Yes.
I understand you will be withdrawn your request.
well, I thought when it was denied from the planning board that it was done, I thought you could choose to come to the commission.
That's a recommendation to the commission. So the commission now has a recommendation to deny it, but it's still an independent decision of the commission.
That's fine, they can decide.
What's the exterior surface?
View as a struck brick would be a separate struck brick.
I feel back to the other picture that's going to face Main Street.
She wants to face Main Street. Can you put the other two conditions?
The house, the house is designed to have a minimal front view, it's got a side courtyard and it's got a back line, because when you, if it is facing Main Street, no one's really gonna sit out there very much with the traffic going by and everything.
And then square board, looking like that one.
Can I say something, please? I'm the neighbor that's.
Oh, you're the gentleman that spoke up, yes.
Park Waters at 311 West Main, and I'm not here to keep someone from building a dream home. I certainly won't be happy as my neighbor. But, you know, like I said, in the planning review board meeting, the reason we bought in Lake Helen was because of the gateway to the city. The gateway to the city is a beautiful house. Would you rather see that view of the home when you ride down Main Street? Or would you rather see the nice view of the front of the home, which is Main Street? Your ordinance also says that the house should face the main thoroughfare, which is Main Street. I have no problem with the driveway coming out on High Street. I think it'd be lovely. It's a beautiful home. I've said that to Caleb before. But, you know, there are ordinances for a reason. And that is why we bought LA County. We love the town. And, you know, that's a big variance. That's a big, I mean, if you know, it's turned 180 degrees. So, you know, the planning review board denied it. I thank you for that, and I hope y'all will consider that yourself. Thank you.
Make a motion to deny the variance. Questions?
Second.
We have a motion by Vice Mayor Connell and second by Commissioner Eckert to deny the variance. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Motion passes. Folks, let's just take a 5-minute break. It's 10 o'clock and let's come back at 11:05. 10:05.
But one of the things I think we would do with First Nations and it was only up on
Hello, folks, y'all can go home? 10:05. I want to let this. Okay. Okay, let's continue on with our meeting, and we're almost finished on structure. So our next section is commission reports and discussion. So let's see, so.
Well, the Massey James Center's got their summer program going, and they've got 18 or so kids that are participating in it and are having a good time. They also received some good news. They had somebody from the Agriculture Extension, I don't know which university is running it out there at the fairgrounds, came over, and their garden area has been designated as a educational garden. And so the university is going to be helping with teaching the kids there on gardening and different activities and help improve their garden area. Besides that, the American Legion is getting ready to open up some more activities. They are doing their bingo the first and third Saturdays of the month. And they're hoping to get a lot more activities going.
Thank you. Sounds great. I reports. We have no reports.
I don't have anything to report, but I saw an email that got flown out when I was on vacation. And it came from one of the people that sits on one of our advisory boards. And it was directed to the city administrator and the commission. And they were making recommendations on things to do. And I'm concerned that we're not, I don't know what the protocol is. In other words, I don't want somebody who's sitting on an advisory board not to be able to contact City Hall to get information. But I don't think they should be giving advice to the administrator. It should come through their board to this board, and then we disseminate information. So, I don't know how we police that activity. And I don't know how to address it, other than the way I just have. Because it was unnerving to me.
No, I think you just put a spotlight on it, so I don't think that'll happen again.
I'm not calling you out, I don't think you did it.
No, I understand. What you're saying is basically that you want everybody to know that I work for you guys, and if it's something that I should be doing, you can go to you first, because you may agree or disagree with that direction. So, I understand.
Well,
Thank you. What do you think about, do we need to formalize like a letter, just something for all the boards that have been in your inboxes or something like that? Is that necessary? Because they're not here?
I'm not sure. I'm not sure.
Do you have any?
Yeah, and after that, this discussion, no, I mean, they're an advisory board, they are advisory, they're not a decision board.
Anything else?
If their advice to the administrator is not supportive, it's not advisory board's job to get in the way of the commission. It's their job to take direction from the commission, do research, and bring back an unbiased opinion. If they can't do that, we don't need a board.
Was that from an advisory board that was sponsored by the city, or was it from a private organization that supports city activity?
It came from an individual, and sometimes it's very difficult to determine the difference between the individual and the person that sits on the board. So if I can't figure out whether it is or isn't, you sure, who can?
Well, thank you.
I don't want to stifle anybody's freedom of speech. That's the last thing.
But it makes it difficult when we have people in our community that are so supportive that they work on one of our boards, and they're also working with another committee that's in the city also. Gets confusing.
Okay, well, thank you. Anything? Is that it?
Hey, how about fireworks? How about that parade at 4 o'clock? How about that 4 p.m. start, man? The weather was killing. I mean, we couldn't be so lucky. Next year, if we try to do it, it's going to be pouring down the rain. It's 117 degrees. You know, this was great. I mean, Chief Mullen, you was awesome. Getting it all set up. Godfather of the parade over there, you know, Mr. Cook Jr. Cookie. We're talking about you now. You and Karen back there, and I don't even think Karen's here anymore. But anyway, you guys did great on the parade. Man, stood together, old school. Show up, get in the parade, be kind, be nice, let's go. You know?
It was 19 years.
19 years, it was.
Biggest parade we have ever had.
It was killer following the mayor. The mayor walked the entire parade. I think that's really admirable. It's a good steady pace. I'm glad I didn't run you over. So it would have been terrible stuff. It would have been great press. It would have been terrible stuff. The fireworks in the new location, I'm lying here. I can't see them from my house. So we have to walk now, but that's great because we walked to a new field and the fireworks were unlike I ran into Karen on the way back, you know, they were good this year. Yeah, they were really good. So city staff, Brandon, if Rick was here, I'd say the same thing. Attaboy, thank you very much. It was really good. So I liked it. Now for something a little bit unpleasant. We all received emails from Jennifer Villalobos about this recent meeting with Sean Patton and the Lake Committee. It was a public meeting attended by two commissioners, Commissioner Frasca and Commissioner Eckert. Regrettably, the meeting turned sour. I wasn't there. I wasn't privy to any of the conversations. I wasn't privy to any of the topics in the conversations. Obviously, things got heated. Commissioner Frasca was quoted in the local media asking a resident to leave. And I think that's inappropriate. I don't think it's appropriate behavior whatsoever. Roger Eckert, Commissioner Eckert was quoted as slapping his hand down on the dais. I get that. I've been passionate up here too. I have stood up and I have screamed, yelled, whined, and moaned, and I took my lickings for it. And I remember that. But it's highly inappropriate for any citizen in any public meeting that's part of the city for anyone to say, you must leave this meeting, or something to that effect. I don't know what to say. Honestly, I don't. And I really don't care. But the fact was, an individual was asked to leave the meeting. It could have been me. It could have been anybody else in here. Inappropriate. So I cannot apologize for the commissioner, but I can apologize for me. And I'm sorry that all this went down. And I know there was heated conversations back and forth. And again, I don't know how it started, when it started, but people have a right to disagree at the most passionate level as they can, as long as they don't hurt someone or further bodily harm at that point. I didn't hear that. Now, regrettably, Commissioner Frasca is not here to rebut these comments. I was hoping she'd be here tonight. I have deep sympathy for loss of the ground. I get it. Very unfair. And so, anyway, that being said, again, I apologize for how you asked to leave, and if that was true, and it sounds like it was. And so that's my dirty business today. I wanted to get that out officially. I didn't think it was appropriate behavior. So there you go. Thank you.
Okay, so my turn on my report. I have a couple of things here, and I want to thank the commission for folks had a chance to read it. I know that I'll start with my first topic. Every year, the League of the Volusia League of Cities presents its Distinguished Service Award, and we all get that email so we can nominate someone, whether it's someone in administration, someone in public works, parks and recs in our different departments, or even citizens. We were very lucky that 2018, I presented a nomination for one of our citizens, which was Todd Preston, and out of all 16 cities, he was selected as the employee of our county. I mean, I'm sorry, the citizen of the year for our county. So I actually this year, I'm offering to nominate in the Department of Administration, Sharon Hull, and hopefully we can submit this and we can have someone in our city be selected for this prestigious award and recognition. And I would like to read what I included in here. I am pleased to nominate Sharon Hull for the Volusia League of Cities 2021 Distinguished Service. And I'm sure that, I hope that everybody knows that Sharon Hull is the face that you see at City Hall when you're paying your water bill. For the Employee of the Year Award. Sharon Hull has been working with the City of Lake Ellen for over 13 years. During my 2 terms as mayor, I have always found her dependable, efficient, and unfailingly punctual. Sharon is an integral part of our administrative team. She's a consummate professional and experienced in handling a wide range of administrative and executive support-related tasks, and then goes above and beyond our expectations to support her team and her citizens. Sharon Hill is a person who gives as much attention to detail as she does to providing customer service, which in my opinion is a key component when offering municipal services. Also, her willingness to assist with staff with difficult projects and see them to successful completion have repeatedly impressed me over these years. As an administrative assistant, Mrs. Lowell manages the Public Works Utility reports and billing, no easy task. Additionally, Mrs. Lowell oversees the City of Lake Ellen deposits. Her attention to detail has been instrumental in addressing the need to strengthen city policies and also saves taxpayers money. Her skills do not end with the duties of utility billing. Sharon Hull was instrumental in serving as the primary point of contact for our citizens, contractors, and visitors as front receptionist at City Hall. I have seen her resolve conflicts and handle other difficult situations with remarkable patience and admirable tact in such a way that everyone feels her individual attention. Sharon's whole professionalism, integrity, honesty, and tenacity to handle such a broad range of responsibilities and adjusting to priorities day to day supports the leadership team, and in doing so, our citizens as well. Sharon Soule's talent, wisdom, and ability to lead have been instrumental in assisting the city staff to transition through 5 city administrators over the last 13 years. It goes without mentioning that her leadership and positive attitude is what enabled the city staff to hold itself together through difficult and stressful times. I believe that these characteristics represent all that is good in our city, and I am pleased to nominate Sharon Hall for the honor of Volusia League of Cities 2021 Distinguished Service Award, Employee of the Year, Administration category. So, I would like to.
That's nothing.
Yeah,
Thank you. Awesome. So if this could be submitted, that would be great, Mr. City Administrator.
I'm sorry.
Yes. Thank you. Okay, now I have 2 other topics, and I know that many times people don't want to talk and touch these topics, just as Vice Mayor did, was hesitant with that, but these things need to be discussed and brought up. And many people in the city of Lake Helen, over the years, from Buddy Snowden's mother, who would walk out there with a broom to clean up our city, has been loving on our city by volunteering. But I will tell you my personal recent story that actually made me feel embarrassed for ourselves in the commission, as well as I felt bad for our city administrator. And with no offense, as I see Wilkins here, that when there's miscommunication and no one knows what's going on, and then it seems that everyone's trying to do something good, if you don't have something in writing, you just get this run amok and more drama. And the way that I see this is like, wow, how embarrassing it was that there was somebody calling, and I will tell you all the backstory about that incident. Can't remember who. I got a call about the, what is it called? The concession stand being open at the Mitchell Park after hours, 7 o'clock, I think it was. And I'm like, well, I wasn't in Lake Helen when I got the phone call, so I said, well, let's call, the service officer. So I believe it was Mr. Officer Owens was there. And so he drove over there, then he called me back, oh, it's just, he didn't know anything about the concession, that's very administrative. He says, no, it's just this. I'm like, okay, well, I didn't make anything of it after that. Kids in the field, there was nothing wrong. But then, as things evolved, the issue was the concession stand. So then I called Lee the next day and says, Lee, who has the key to the concession stand in Mitchell Park? I don't know. Okay. So there we go. And then I started saying, well, why do we have this happening with, in the middle of a game, and Wilkins is feeling bad, the administrator can't answer a question for me, and we were told several times before that you can't use the concession because it's also bad. Then Mr. Wilkins, who goes out there, they mow the grass, and they paint it. So this begins to tie in with that. This begins to tie in with people that want to adopt and want to do volunteering, whether it's the marquee, whether it's the butterfly pad in the back, whether it's a street that they want to adopt for 2 years, they can do that. And there's transparency and there's no confusion. Anyone can call and say, hey, why are these people painting over here? What are they doing with this bench? They're scheduled, this is what they do. And it's easy to do that and look at the volunteer pool or look at the program and register for that. This does not take away from things that I do. I have a plastic bag in my car. And if I see garbage, I pick it up. But I'm not adopting that road. Also, we've seen these programs from before, with people just trying to do good. And so that's what my intention was to provide a tool. This is a draft commission, and I hope that you all can support me and get behind me with this. This is language I could throw back to the city attorney and the city administrator and say, well, this program looks good, and there's transparency, and guess what? There are other things that can be done. We could begin to actually have our own, I know our director was just saying, yeah, they beat me to this, so he's got some things that he'd like to add, and I'm like, well, that makes me feel good that, there's other fun things we can add to this by recognizing, not only people who should believe cities to acknowledge the volunteers, but have something from the city to acknowledge the volunteers as well. And that was the intention with this, and it's more for our staff, and people come in and they want to do something, staff has something, like they say, okay, well, there's no confusion, whether it's something that needs coded color painting, that needs to be organized with public works, then they do that. And the other thing is, there's a feature in there that if after 9 months, somebody decided to abandon their child, the project, well, because after the project is done, they have to either meet with the city administrator or public works, which is our Parks and Recs department. They have to turn in their what they did with the project. So staff gets to keep that on hand as well. It's like, oh, this project got abandoned, and somebody else wants to pick it up, they can. So it gives staff something to work with and more tools. Just like I said, lacking in policies and procedures and things that just avoid the drama and create unity, create kinship towards each other. And if you'd like to, I might have missed something. Any feedback?
Just, I think that this 9 months is too long. But I had the opportunity when I worked down in Deltona and ran the fire explorer program down there, that we adopted one of the neglected city parks down there to do a cleanup. We had to do it at least once a month. We chose what time we did it, so we used one of our meeting nights to do it. And, but we didn't have to call in or anything, and I think that if we just have it down there to where on the form, if they put what time they started or what time they stopped, and they turned in that form, I think that would be good enough instead of having to call in.
That's all we used to do with scouting, or whether it be in service programs and scouting.
They're great programs. And the other thing that they did, and of course, Deltona has their own sign company, so they make their own street signs. They make the signs for the groups, the individuals or the organization that was adopting it, and what they were, whether it's a street or a park or a trail. And they posted that in that location. I don't know if the city can afford to do that, and what the cost would be.
We could put that on the website. That was an option just to avoid the sign pollution.
To put it on the website, and do some which area.
Can you share the other thing about, because I didn't want to take that, I thought that was a great idea about the awards and how they do it. I don't remember what you said.
What they do is they track the volunteer hours for all events, activities, including the Adopt a Park, Adopt a Street program activities. And they have a award ceremony for the volunteers every year. And they have a luncheon type thing, and they give them out awards, free gifts and stuff like that. And they calculate up how many hours the volunteers donated and apply the federal minimum wage level to those hours. And for the years that our fire explorers did it, we started out at the bottom of the list. We made it to the top of the list for 2 years. But the total amount, they have a fake check type thing up there. And the last time I believe there was, with the amount of volunteer hours, they saved the city somewhere like around $13.6 million or something like that. So, volunteer hours count up.
The only thing that I would like to see is just change the references to Parks and Recreation to Public Works. Because Parks and Recreation fall, the directive is
Right,
So if we could remove all the references to Parks and Recreation Director and just make it Public Works, as long as Rick is okay with being that point of contact or someone else in City Hall. But it makes sense to work with Public Works in concert, because should there be city expenses, should the volunteers uncover things where the city needs to be involved, the Public Works Director being the most intimate person with this, would then be able to provide this commission with some bold and sound advice in which to proceed. The timing thing that Roger was speaking of, and, for Eagle Scout projects, and community service projects and scouting, and been a part of many Eagle projects, that's all we do. We just do start time, how many man hours. And it's an easy track to do. And we ask the scout to do that. We ask the scout to delegate that, someone to manage it. So I think the volunteer person who would be doing this would be willing to give us those hours, and then it's incumbent then if we adopt this program, and I hope we do. Todd Preston was part of this program in the very beginning as well too. That's one of the reasons why he won that award for those Florida League cities, because of the level of volunteering. And so I think this is great. I think codifying it in some language to track it, and then organize it and manage it. You've all heard me say you can't measure, but you can't manage, and this can certainly manage, and it certainly does, it creates good in town. It creates good stuff. So thanks, Mayor.
Good with this?
I will support it.
Thank you.
I would support it.
Well,
It's
Sarah,
one of the things.
we've got tools. Do we need to put a motion on this, or just support it good?
But I would probably suggest it come back,
Oh, you guys got
and then we, kind of snack your fine tune and then bring it back to full adoption. The only comment I have when I looked at it, it's my recollection, was just to add some release language, because, when somebody's coming out there to work, obviously, it's an area
So
that
take
may
it
not be
back.
kept, but overall, just, when you do this, you release the city from any liability, but that was.
Okay.
I read something in there already.
Yeah, I put that in there.
Was it in there?
I
Yes.
read something about.
I try to,
It didn't go as elaborately.
as an attorney, because I'm not an
Kind of
attorney.
basic.
But I thought about all those things, and I also even thought about what the language should look like on our city website, just to, so that we can encourage people to go on there and also to acknowledge them on the website. I think we already have too many signs in our city. I would now, let me bring that part of my report. I do, and I think it's really sweet that when we have these road projects and then there's some sign that the commission did this. But I think that after a year, the sign should go down, and, we just have too many signs. You go through some of the streets and they'll say this commission, and after a while, it should, we can take that and put it like in a room, maybe in Public Works, where they can have like the whole thing of all the works that the commission's done. But after a year, these signs should go down and leave room for space.
What I think you're emulating is the DOT program, the off-the-road program in some respects. So Trip 590 here in town used to do summit, a mile of summit, from Maine to a mile. We do it twice a year.
Right.
Well, leadership and scouting changes, and after the scouts, and after about 2 years, 590 never participated in that road thing anymore. And the Girl Scouts took it over, that sign came down, and the Girl Scouts came under. That's a really good point. And the agreement speaks to some of that, Scott, in item 5, 6, and 7. The whole harmless is not, is not specifically mentioned, it's the intent.
So we're gonna send this to you guys, and we'll come back in August? Okay, thank you. Okay, thank you so much for that. This is, and I know that a lot of people, several people are upset, and I know that I received a phone call from Dee asking me why I did not call her about the museum. I try to keep my personal life personal. I've been going through very personal situations, not only here supporting the staff, because I believe that Lee was dealt a very poor part in the transition of administration, but recently I've been dealing with my father's estate, so it's taking me a lot of time to think about those little details. Oh, let me call someone and talk to them about this. So, having said that, this is not to take away from what we do, But I definitely could tell you that, I don't have a crystal ball, but that one day, I woke up with this idea, not an idea, but it's so many people have talked about this. And just to say that, Cookie and I had a very heated conversation over there at Mitchell Park after we were scouting and agreeing that there were a lot of boulders on the field there. They said, well, I'm gonna turn it down because this is a forum time. And it's okay, but still, I feel that I would like to express how I also feel for all of those that maybe wanted to bring it again from before, and maybe they didn't see the vision the way that, I'm not an artist, but I actually wanted to kind of show, hey, this is what it, and imagine if I could take you somewhere that you're, for all of those that remember what that beautiful downtown master plan looked like. And imagine coming down that beautiful Lakeview, and you see our beautiful buildings. And now you're getting towards our Blake Park, and you come across this cute building in our downtown, and it has a beautiful sign that says Museum, Home of the Historic, Lake County Historic Society, Welcome Center. It doesn't have to be a Welcome Center. And then what you see on the two sides are the, of course, historical shuffleboards, because we'll keep 4, 2 and 2, and then we remove the 8 from the middle. Maybe in the center there could be some type of beautiful art inside the museum. And then in where the 2 shuffleboard courts were left, maybe there could be some community art and turn that into murals that have beautiful art. And then you might want to go for, should the commission decide to have a diner, we could go grab a bite at the diner, walk through the museum, have a couple t-shirts, and keep talking about Lake Helen, and more and more people wearing our Lake Helen t-shirts and stuff, and learn about our history. I am not pushing this, I'm just talking about the vision of Lake Helen, and maybe something so darn sweet like that will bring those other little buildings that our master plan is designed for, those mom and pop stores, and make it a more attractive place, because that Lakeview, you drive by. And I will say this, I am sorry, but the sign that we have right now looks like City Hall is for sale. Somebody drives so fast, it's like one of these little signs, and if people are not catching it, what that is, if they don't see that. And the other thing that I think about is just the way that I think. When I go pay my water bill, I'm not in a good mood. The city's taking my money for what I think should be free. I'm sorry, it's water, So the last thing I'm going to do is walk into the museum, and how unfortunately so much beautiful history is being missed because some people just don't see that. And I do know that there are a lot of people that do come to the museum. I've been there, I've seen the tour buses come in. But this is it's not to fight, it's just that I wanted to put it out there and just share that I do agree with all those other people that say, hey, let's use this for that. And it's not to cause an argument, just to share. So there are people that want to speak up, and I will bring them up. One of them is Louis Long.
Thank you, Daisy, and we'll pray for your mother.
Thank you so much.
And I appreciate people when they have some visions presented. My comment is, when I first found out that we have maybe 4 public historic buildings here, this being a major one, because this one's open 5 days a week, usually. And what I'm going to say is based on my own experience. Well, Karen is a volunteer down there, every Thursday, which was today. When the bus tours have come by every quarter before COVID from the West Village Historical Society, all these people from the villages, sometimes it's John Knox or whatever, and they stop here before we end up at the hotel for dinner. But the main thing that I'm thinking is, when they're in the museum, how great it's been to bring them up here, show them this little history, tell them about the chairs and the sign, about the whole thing, and have them up here. And then some people do come in there and make their way to the museum, and Karen will come back and say, well, do you remember so-and-so and so? You know, yes, I usually do. So I don't mean to come across negative about what may or may not happen. I know some other people have shared some ideas about the shuffleboard court in terms of relating to park. But I just leave it at that, you know, it's been a great place, and especially just to come upstairs and show them what's here. So I'll do a prayer. What's your mother's first name?
Vivian.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Alan Cook Senior.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm Alan Cook, 792 Oak Tree Lane, but also, at this time, I'm the Vice Chair of the Lake County Historical Society Museum Board. This is on behalf of the Historical Board, okay? Over 20 years ago, 2001, the state of Florida issued an historical preservation grant to Lake Helen for the Lake Helen School to be converted to the City Hall and Community Center. This is considered an historical site that we're in now, this whole building. 12 years ago, 2009, the museum opened in an original school classroom, which is still in place. Blackboards, everything is in that classroom. That's where we have our museum. Many priceless donated pictures and artifacts are preserved in this city's history. This museum should continue to be located in the City Hall, where it is easily accessible to the public and has always been considered as welcoming to anyone entering this building. Over 800 people have visited this museum over the past 4 years. It is manned only by volunteers, many who have lived here all their lives and can share this city's history. They have spent over 1,700 hours. It is very discouraging to them to have to be continuously deal with this ongoing location situation. Storage of files should not be kept in a historical classroom. The Shuffleboard Court building is in need of many expensive repairs, including bathroom renovation, and mainly, but not most important, there is no air conditioning, no heat, which is necessary to keep historical articles in good condition for their lifetime. They would let be lost in elements. Also, there is no security to protect precious artifacts and we, the Lake Helen Museum Board, suggest that the Lake Helen City Commission make a motion to keep this museum in the same site and space for the lifetime of this historical building, and finally put this issue to rest. Thank you very, very much.
Thank you. Commissioners? I was just, see how y'all feel about
I think it's a fabulous idea to renovate that building. I think it's also a fabulous idea to have, to renovate Lakeview. I also think that to go back into the history of Lake County and make that building, when it becomes renovated, a museum of sorts that honors something. I'm reticent to do anything about moving this facility from here until people have the ability to see the vision of what that can be. Okay? I've seen it, Rick. I've seen it in my head. I've worked on drawings myself, sketches of what I would do. To me, I think step one is recognizing that we need to make a commitment to that facility and spend $250,000 to do what we need to do, bathrooms, air conditioning, all the things that they say that building is not, is true. And to have a functional facility to do anything, all of those things need to happen, and I'm all on board to it, okay? And I think once those start to take root and they start to show and blossom, then I think the mental picture of moving there becomes very different. And so, visionaries, John Muir, plethora of others, always got slapped around. And in this particular case, I really think that your concern is for the beautification of this town, continuing to increase what it has to offer and showcase. And so your idea behind that, I think was in honest and was heading in the right direction. And I think that your leads and bounds in front of a lot of people, and they just have not had the opportunity to see what they want.
Okay.
And
Have a
so,
conversation too, right?
yeah, that's exactly right. So if this conversation, this difficult conversation has to happen in order for us to renovate that facility, I'm glad we're having it. Because maintenance of existing facility, to me, is priority, step one. The second thing is new capital projects, step two. And then figuring out a way to do the maintenance on that. So, I applaud your.
Okay, I appreciate
it.
Any words, Gary?
I echo Rick Grasso's comments, and I applaud you for having that vision in your head and in your mind and in your heart as well too. I get that, but I am opposed to the purpose of the Shuttleport building in the Lake County Museum as well.
Thank you. Well, having said that, I want to talk about those fireworks. Oh, yes. You know, I need a little button here, you're so white.
I'm not, I just hold up my finger.
I echo those same sentiments about, moving the museums, everything. This is a historical building. Museums are historical, they should be all connected together. I do like the idea of renovating the shuffleboard building and bringing it up to par, because there's a lot of people that ask about using that place. And when they hear about, it's got a window AC, and it's got a microwave oven, and the bathrooms may or may not work, and they say, well, never mind. So, if we could upgrade it and bring it up, there's a lot of people that want to use it. And there's also, some people want to play shuffleboard. There's also some people that want to set up some cornhole boards out there and have a cornhole contest, which is a very big sport in a lot of areas. So, I like your vision of doing something with the building, but let's get it renovated and see what can be further done.
Okay, thank you. Can we talk about those fireworks now?
Sure. Can we take the step and maybe dedicate X number of dollars so Ariel can come up with some renderings of what that building might look like in the future? I'd be happy to work with her and give her my vision. Pictures, we have a couple of different options we can look at.
Also, there includes a double door, so
wheelchairs
can get in there.
One of the things for me is all those windows that are there, I don't want to come into double doors on both sides. And, but anyway, I think that's where the process gets started.
It's to make an investment, what investment are we gonna do right now?
With the investment right now, let's come up with some sketches on what that building can be.
Is that something you wanna do? You wanna get some sketches?
I'm not that great at sketching.
No.
We got one of them.
I did take that back in high school.
We do
an assessment of what that building is gonna need to be renovated, would require a bid, actually, to even get somebody, contractors to be willing to spend their time and effort to go in there and give us an estimate to renovate it to a certain point. For human health, safety, fire safety, attractiveness, usability, parking, how's that going to handle there? All these ideas are wonderful. Cornhole has been a great idea, golf course has been a great idea, small business incubator has been a great idea, vegetable market, part of the farmer's market has been a great idea, craft, individual cottage crafts as well. So there's tons and tons of ideas, but it's not safe for human use. So if we were to get an assessment of that first, when we get to that point, and then,
We need a vision of a finished product in order to back into the, I've already looked at it, and I know it's gonna be pulled. Okay, it can be pulled, but I know that we're gonna spend that money.
How much does it cost to get some sketches?
I'm sorry?
What's the cost of some sketches?
Oh, well, that's what, I don't know, what it would cost to put some architectural renderings together.
I mean, I know that sometimes what people need is a little impulse, and some of us are visuals, and it's very hard to sit there and people that are visuals are like, well, I need to see it, and.
Well, currently you have a pretty low rate on an hourly basis, and if we can talk about it ahead of time, and I have a vision of what you're already envisioning, then we can put that together relatively. It's, a few hours, it depends on what you're looking for, whether it's just, flat line or.
Gotcha.
I would be okay with that, Commissioner, how do you feel about that? How do you feel about that?
I think it's great.
Jim, how do you feel about that?
Good.
I just want to remind the commission, because it was a long time ago, I mean, we did do some preliminary, so I already have a building in existing, we did some preliminary bathroom concepts, so we've kind of started this probably almost 2 years ago, I remember. So some of it's already kind of,
That's good.
I'm going on 5 years, we're talking about 4.
And I know that building's been empty for over 15.
I leave in about a week, so sometime in the next week, I'll be happy to meet with you.
Okay, well, thank you. Is that, so I'm agree with that. That's something. The other thing is, regarding the fireworks, I think that, the power show was really great. I personally would be in favor of let's go back to small and around the lake, that's just me. It's not about the big room, but I think it's about, the Plainfield City and the demonstrations that we have. Because, we don't know how long we'll be able to do from the fire, from whatever that password is, but that's just me. I got a lot of feedback from people saying, I really miss being around the lake. So, other than that, I'm done with my report, and I'll turn it to the city administrator.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. A couple of items on my portion of the agenda. I passed out on your seat a few minutes ago a copy of the commercial contract for the purchase of land. Bring you up to date, recall there were 3 parcels of privately owned land within Melissa Park. With this particular contract, if you approve it, we will have acquired 2 of the 3. We are acquiring both for the appraised value that we offer to the owners. There's 1 parcel left, and we'll be working and acquiring that one. With the acquired acquisition of all 3, we will, for the first time, own Melissa Park. Sounds strange, but we will not have to share it with private property owner. So I would ask that you authorize the mayor to execute the contract passed out. Again, the appraised value is $11,500, and that's what the seller has agreed to sell it to us for.
Make a motion to approve the purchase of the property for $11,500.
Second.
Anybody wish to speak on this? We have a motion by Commissioner Basson, second by Commissioner Eckert to approve the purchase of lots 13 and 25 sub via lots 55 and 56, Lake County, River OR, and there's any more numbers on there, 3692 for 11.5. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Motion passes.
Thank you, Mayor, and the commission. One item just for the benefit of those in the audience, the next meeting of the commission will be on August 19th and not the 12th. As would normally be the date. The 12th will be a date taken up by the Florida League of Cities Annual Conference. So for the 19th, for those who wish to attend the next commissioners meeting, we have received the lake report. We've received the lake report. The lake committee has received the lake report, and it is on our website. So anybody who is interested in it, it is a technical document. It's 50 pages long. It took me 3 days to get through it, so I'm not suggesting it's an easy read. It's not. But it is something I think that you'll find very helpful in understanding the intricacies of our lakes and the health of our lakes. A couple of other items, I have asked our engineers to present some proposals for doing the necessary preliminary foundation work for Royal Park, for the pavilion. We are incorporating a stormwater project in this initial work that was forecast but not funded last time, but it does need to be done right along Michigan. And then also to set all the preliminary grades and all the things we need for locations of, did we just move? No, we didn't, oh good. That's the next subject we talked about. Anyway, so we'll be getting that proposal before you probably on the 19th of August. So we can start working on the foundation elements for Royal Park. Also asked them to prepare a proposal to bring to the 19th to do our stormwater assessment project. My understanding, we've not done one, and I'll stand corrected if we have, but I believe we actually have one. We have an assessment, but we've not had an assessment determination study, which is a good thing to have if we're challenged or ever want to change it. And finally, I've given to you a letter from Infinity, a company that would like to propose a new audiovisual system for these chambers. And it's just for your information. We have another company coming in. This one that I gave you today is a company that was recommended by the city of Deltona and does their audiovisual work. I have one coming in Monday, and they are recommended by the city of DeLand because they do their work. So we think we have two good companies. Both of them are willing to sell us products and install them that are already commercially bid, so we don't have to worry about the paperwork. But I'll have those on the meeting for the 19th as well. This particular, as you know, this particular system dates back in part to the year 2000, the visual portion. And it is a mixture of commercial and a mixture of residential applications. Some parts are, they're all good parts, but some parts don't work well with other parts. So it's kind of a system that really is technologically outdated and really needs to be replaced. We had a very embarrassing incident for the Planning and Land Development Commission. I certainly don't want to repeat. So I'll have that for you next meeting.
Anything else?
That's it.
I do have a question for you. Can you give us an update on the police application and how many do you have and where are we at with that?
For the chief of police?
Chief of police, yes.
We have a total of 8. We had 7 or an 8 one come in today, as a matter of fact. As I said, 7 to you earlier today.
Yes.
We are expecting now a 9th application. So we should be ready to have something for you in the next meeting. Question that I really need to ask you, and this may be an appropriate time. There are 2 ways, actually probably 3 ways we could do this. We could present the commission with all of the applications, and you could go through in your own deliberation and public interviews the candidates and make the decision that way. You can ask that I do a preliminary review and recommend a panel of say 3, 4, or 5 people for the interview, or you could ask me simply to come up with one candidate for you to consider. So it's your choice how you want us to do it.
This is a very big job for us, a very important decision.
Extremely important.
Commissioners.
I have a question. I've always been a huge fan of nurturing and hiring from within. And my question is, what is the impetus behind driving the decision to do this now? Is it a charter thing?
It's actually started out my suggestion because I was concerned that government and know that Sashaki is sometimes very slow at doing things. And so we started advertising in the Florida League of Cities magazine and the Florida Chiefs of Police Association magazine. And I was pleasantly surprised that we received, literally the first day it came out, we received applications immediately. So there are people out there, but there's no necessary rush to it. You can take your time. The chief that's sitting behind me here is really in that position for 7 or 6 months at your request. And so he's there waiting for those 6 months. We do have to either make a decision in 6 months or need to extend his tenure for another month-to-month basis. No, there's no rush at all. Just,
Okay, that's fine, because I don't mind going through the process and getting to where we need to be eventually. I would just.
So the decision then would be, and make sure, I just wrote this down, I'm trying to get it right here. The decision would be to either extend Chief Mullins as chief, and it's not an interim title, he's chief of police. And to extend his agreement, beyond that, 6 months if he's so willing, or hire a chief.
I guess you could look at it that way, yes. What should we do?
We don't have any timing with that, it depends on what Chief Mullins would.
Yeah. The chief is one of the applicants, so you would basically just be setting aside any of the introductory interview processes and simply continuing his position on a permanent basis, if that was your decision.
To answer your original question, I for one would like the ability to talk to people, talk to candidates when the time comes. And how many candidates, well, I think we have to decide on that as a body. But for especially that relationship, it's a very key relationship with you, with Dominic, and Rick Mullins. I think the commission, I for one, really would like to talk to candidates, whether they're 3, whether they're 8. I don't know, that's something we have to decide.
Well, at the rate we're going, we're probably going to have a fairly unwieldy number eventually, but so I would suggest, tell me to bring back a panel of, say, 5 plus or minus, depending on what we see here. And then, obviously, if you don't like any of the others, we can bring back some more.
Well, back to the original statement that I made at the beginning, I'm a huge fan of nurturing and raising from within. And in that arena, I would like to see more performance, Chief Mullins to wrap myself around, whether I'm happy with his end product, whether the community's happy with his end product. And if they are, I tend to want to go in those directions. So I would want to slow this process down only to provide people an opportunity and provide this commission an opportunity to see how that would work out. And I think we kind of owe that to people that are there.
Well, maybe this is important for you to know that in our publications and our advertisements, we've not put a closing date on the application. We left it until filled. So there is no time frame that we are under in terms of the applications coming in and being final. It really is a wide open process.
With that said, I like processes that take longer to get to know people and learn. And so I'm not opposed to, doing interviews and those kind of things. Anyway.
Do you have anything to add, Roger?
My concern would be for those that already got their applications in, are they still gonna be in the running when it comes time we start to make our decision on who we're going to?
Maybe not.
I think that in all fairness also for, Mullins is that, he needs to feel, is this my spot or not? And that's also, I think, how I would feel. I mean, okay, listen, and he's here, so would you like to just, at least share your opinion with this? I'm certainly dragging it out, or I just really would like to see, I know how I would feel. Don't know how I feel about that.
Chief Mullins, Lake Police. Yeah, I've been with the city for almost 23 years now, so the position I'm in now, I'm gonna do that job. I'm gonna continue to do that job, no matter what the end result is. I'm here for the commission, I'm here for the citizens, I'm here for my police department. So whatever decision is made, I'm still here, I'm here for the long run.
Yes, thank you. So do we need to give our city administrator a number right now? Because he's already, what did you say, it might be at 9 still?
We will have 9 that we know of, I'm sure we'll have others too. But again, there is no rush.
Right.
And we can just let it, at some point, because we're not re-advertising, we'll have to have one, so, we just find out what we have and go from there. We discuss it again on the 19th, or in September, if you like.
We'll do that, commissioners? See what, how long it gets in 30 days? Okay. Somebody, you want to say something?
Town Code 792, Oakwood Lane. I understood when this whole thing happened, when Mike and everything else, I'm telling you, sitting right there, that the deal was that we were gonna give them 6 months and then evaluate. What happened to that? What happened to 6 months and evaluate, gentlemen?
Nothing. I don't remember,
Oh, where was that?
I remember 6 months, Cookie. I don't remember 6 months in a value.
Well, that's the way I understood it when it happened.
And that's a lot.
Maybe
That's a
maybe I
logical.
misunderstood, but that's the way
That's a
I
logical.
understood it.
That's a
I
logical.
think it'd be fair to him that we should evaluate the man before we make a decision where we're going. Thank you.
That's right.
Thank you. Do we have any other closing remarks? Anything else, Mr. Administrator?
I have one last question, Madam Mayor. I'll make it
Yes.
quick. How about this cameras at the playground? So what's gonna happen? with the cameras at the playground?
Obviously, we're gonna work on those first thing in the morning.
Well, I mean, by next month, by August 19th, I think we're gonna have an answer.
There, oh, absolutely. And it's, we've had this problem on a number of things. Pass codes were not passed on.
Understood.
But it seems incomprehensible to me too, that, you know, the operator, the owners, the installers don't have some way to get into it and be able to allow us to control it.
So our security company, in order to watch the cameras remotely, we have to go through something called alarm.com, which is not our security company. So someone, somewhere that worked here before that no longer works here, has that password and log into alarm.com. And we have no idea what it is, who has it.
Have you reached out to Ms. Whittle? Have you reached out to Ms. Olson?
Would it be through the attorney also? Could we get a letter to them from our city attorney saying we would like these reset for us? Is that possible?
Did the city administrator reach out to be that kind of?
We can, worst comes to worst, is simply fill the contract we have now and reenact a new one, that's all. You know,
Just wipe it out, sorry.
it's a very frustrating situation, but, yeah.
This is slipping a lot of money in that playground, slipping a lot of money in those cameras, and it's there to control the environment in there, so we can, if things get damaged severely, we know how they got damaged.
I'll just give you one example of how frustrating this whole thing is with password. Today I was working with the TD Bank. We had one of those automatically you can deposit your checks going through the window quick. The only people on that system that are capable of doing anything with it are now from the city. And, you know, the bank got to start the whole process over the bank. Who are you? Why are you here? What are you doing? It's just crazy.
Well, when it comes to the programming of the cameras and stuff like that, there should be the new company should be able to go in and reset to the factory setting and start all over.
Yeah, default.
It's the cameras work, it's just how can we monitor them remotely? That's another company's interface with us, but you're right, it's just frustrating, but it's obviously solvable.
Oh, thank you. So that's, so before we close out, I wanted to say to the commissioners, thank you so much for supporting me with the beautification program. Thank you for being so gentle as I talk about such a sensitive matter as our museum inside City Hall. I appreciate the kindness that you showed me today. I want to thank staff for working so hard every day for us and preparing the package. And I don't want Mr. Attorney to feel left out. Thank you. Everyone, Wish you a good night. God bless. Meeting adjourned.
When you get that, when you decide this one, mail it to you or whatever, and it's like, and you scan it through your.